G'day, May 40 here. And when Charlie Kirk was alive, I didn't think about him very much. I almost never spoke about him, certainly never at length. I didn't think about him. I didn't talk about him. I didn't write about him. He just didn't really figure in my life. I was glad for the work that he did on behalf of President Trump and on behalf of the conservative cause. And I thought he was brave in many of the things that he said. But he was an activist, he was a pundit, he was a provocateur, and it's accurate to describe him as divisive, right? He was a provocateur, he did say things that riled people up, he did use particularly provocative language to make his points, but I don't tend to think deeply about pundits and activists, right? My own relationship to life and to the world is a little bit more distant. I'm much more of a reporter and an observer, and so people who burn hot with passion, they're not generally people that I follow. I prefer the scholarly, disinterested perspective. But I've just been absolutely gutted by this assassination of Charlie Kirk. The emotions that it has unleashed in me have overwhelmed me, and I can't think of a time in my life where I celebrated the assassination of somebody on the left. It's possible that I felt joy. I can conceive of that possibility, but it would never occur to me to publicly post on social media about how glad I was that someone had been assassinated. This seems to be brand new, and according to my research, it is brand new that highly educated people, pilots, doctors, professors, right, are publicly posting on social media their joy at the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is brand new. Like, this seems crazy. And I can't imagine that the people who do this are happy, high-functioning people. If you love your family, why would you want to risk bringing shame on your family by saying such things? So I have to suspect that even though these people have status and prestige and education, that they are isolated, that they are not particularly close with their families, and that this lack of real-life bonds has led them to say things publicly that are clearly against their own best interests. And when people on the right now publicize, or those in high positions publicly celebrating an assassination, I don't think this is the same level of cancel culture that we saw that the right protested when people on the left would fire someone for saying something relatively innocuous, such as "that's gay." Publicly rejoicing in an assassination is a whole different level. And if you hold a position of status and prestige, particularly a status of care, and I notice so many people in the caring positions, therapists and people who are pilots and doctors, publicly celebrating on social media an assassination, there's something wrong there, and it does seem an appropriate reaction to terminate such a person. That there is something clearly broken and disconnected and dangerous about such people. And there is a much higher percentage of people on the left who support political assassinations. It's about 40% of people on the left think that political assassinations for their cause are justified. It's a much higher percentage than on the right, because generally speaking, for people on the left, politics is much more important than for people on the right. For people on the right, their primary focus in life tends to be their family, their work, their friends, their community, their faith, their religion. And for people on the left, they are much more likely to get their primary purpose and meaning in life from the political. And so it's a much more intense part of their identity. Ergo, they feel so much more of their self-esteem and their welfare depends upon achieving certain political outcomes, while for people on the right, their welfare primarily depends upon the nature of their relationship with their family and their work and their friends and their community. But I identify with this guy, is it Cyrus, on Fox News, in that he didn't really think about Charlie Kirk like me, but now he appears just absolutely gutted.
Charlie, in his death, I learned that his faith was unbelievable. Mm-hmm. and I can't relate to that. So it bothers me on a certain level because I didn't think the risk was worth certain things in this world. Unfortunately, in our country, we can't discuss. And he took 3 things that were death sentences with this country. He talked about religion, he talked about gender, and he talked about politics. Certain things with one side. How many buildings burned last night? Not one.
That's right.
How many people were dragged in the street for looking like they maybe were the shooter? Not one. How many police officer was spit on for not doing their job? Not one. The hate, the negativity, even for a person, I met him a couple times. I think he did this show with us. But the things that him and I have in common, his little girls are never going to see their dad again.
So Fox News now talks about Charlie Kirk as one of their own, but Fox News largely had banned Charlie Kirk, just as Fox News did everything they could to discourage Trump's re-election. They would not interview Trump after January of 2021 until after Trump's indictment in April of 2023. So Fox now treating Charlie as one as their own, but for most of the past decade, Fox News had banned Charlie Kirk from appearing.
Matt Continetti joins us as he does.
So Matt Continetti is he's my favorite right-wing daily talking head.
As most Fridays when we are lucky. Matt is a columnist with the Free Press. He is the senior fellow for domestic policy studies at the American Enterprise Institute. He is a columnist for the Commentary magazine.
Hugh is probably the most thoughtful right-wing radio talk show host, and he's also a constitutional law professor. He's got depth.
The Free Beacon and a frequent participant in the Commentary podcast. And Matt, I listened to yesterday's podcast about Charlie, and I thought it was excellent. It was not long enough. I want to pick up where you fellows left off, talking about what is to be done. It's the question that's always asked, and unfortunately, the answer is never coherent, sometimes indecent. What is to be done? And I'm assuming that the early evidence is somewhat dispositive that this killer of my colleague Charlie was of the Antifa variety with a catch-it fascist bullet. Now, that could be disproven later that he might be mentally unbalanced, but what is to be done?
Well, the first thing to be done, Hugh, is to try.
Well, noticing that someone is mentally unbalanced is not the end of a discussion. Therefore, that just tells us what we need to know. Plenty of people are mentally unbalanced, and they walk around reciting Bible verses all day. That's not the end of the story, right? This guy tried to get away with it. He wasn't so mentally unbalanced that he didn't try to get away with it, just like the murderer of that Ukrainian refugee Irina on a train in Charlotte. He tried to get away with it too. He wasn't so mentally ill that he just went up and attacked anyone, right? He chose to attack someone who's defenseless. So mental illness is only one component, right? There have to be, I'm going to quote Ben Shapiro here, there have to be permission structures that enable the mentally ill then to unleash their violence. And it seems to me that as soon as you start calling Donald Trump and his movement fascist, you are essentially at the same time saying it's perfectly morally acceptable. In fact, it's even the right, good thing to do is to murder these people. So much of the elite news media has called Donald Trump fascist and his supporters fascist. And Ben Shapiro probably has a point that they have deliberately created permission structures for these type of murders.
This individual and to charge him to the fullest extent of the law and make sure that he receives punishment as a deterrent to any copycats. And once we've achieved that goal, which takes time, we also need to be thinking about what we can do institutionally as a society to stop copycats and to turn back this culture of violent left-wing terrorism that seems to be rising in the United States of America. And that is a long-term project. I think it does involve more law enforcement. It involves taking the Antifa and the radical movements much more seriously than I think.
Compared to other first world nations, the United States is radically under-policed.
Certainly our elites have taken them in the past. But it also means that culturally, Americans need to recommit to the Constitution, to the rule of law, to basic liberties, to everything that Charlie Kirk stood for, everything he was trying to promote when he appeared on the Utah campus earlier this week. He was there to debate. He was there to be accessible. He was there to try to reason with people who disagreed with him, and he was there to try to appeal to young people. And instead, what this demonic character did was snuff that out. And so whatever is to be done, among all the things I listed, we have to resist the temptation to give in to fear here and to let this assassin win in the end.
So one of the characteristics of being on the right as opposed to being somewhere else on the political spectrum is that you have a greater sensitivity to threat and to disorder and to outgroups. And these are my greatest concerns. So if you're on the left, your greatest concerns are lack of education and bigotry. My greatest concerns are disorder, criminality, and threat. And so when you allow bad behavior, when you allow broken windows, all right, you start creating permission structures for worse and worse behavior. We get to choose our murder rate by how much we prosecute and pursue violent criminals and how much we punish them. And so in general, I support the death penalty for people who commit murder, and I support very long prison sentences for people who commit violent crime. And if we carried through on just these two things, we would have a murder rate about a quarter of what we have right now.
So, Matt, let's go back to the idea of prosecution and go one step backwards to prevention. We don't know yet who the killer associated with, but no one objected when the FBI infiltrated and prevented the kidnapping and murder of Governor Whitmer. And indeed, 9 of the 14 people charged were convicted, and so I stipulate that's right-wing violence. Nobody objected, at least I didn't, to the process.
It's striking to me that yesterday Axios reported, 24 hours ago, Axios reported that the murderer of Charlie Kirk was in an intimate sexual relationship with his male-to-female transitioning roommate. But this doesn't seem to have been picked up by any of the mainstream media. So from my perspective and the perspective of my friends, this is the obvious motive for the murder. I don't think it was an accident. And I started speculating about this on Thursday. I don't think it was an accident that Charlie Kirk was shot in the throat while he was talking about the trans crime wave. But you don't get any coverage of that in the New York Times or the Washington Post.
Prosecution of the January 6th mob, especially those who committed violence. The pardon is a different issue, and there are lots of reasons why the pardon might have been a good idea if you want to accomplish.
I don't get why every professional pundit says that the internet needs more censorship as a reaction to the Charlie Kirk murders, because too many people have too much ease, or at least have the ability to watch Charlie Kirk being murdered. I don't think the ability to watch someone getting murdered is a terrible thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. It's not necessarily ennobling. I'm not saying it's great. I'm quite open to all the downsides of it. But it's striking to me how many pundits, the dominant reaction by professional pundits in the right-wing news media, such as talk radio and the commentary podcasts, is that we need more internet censorship. And I don't identify with that. I think that's a strange reaction. And I don't think it's necessarily particularly damaging. I saw video of Charlie Kirk being murdered, and I think I even watched the video twice, and I don't think I've been damaged by it. When we are so awash in media of graphic violence, I don't see how one particular assassination or one particular killing that's captured and shown on social media is of great significance. And I don't think, I just find it bizarre that a dominant reaction on the right to this assassination is we need more censorship of social media. We need to prevent people from being able to see assassinations.
A lot in a hurry. But would you be in favor of the resurrection of COINTELPRO, but with more concern for civil liberties? That being, for the benefit of the Steelers fans, the FBI's attempt to infiltrate the radicals of the 60s. Do you think we need to do that?
I do think we need to do it. I think there's a problem in today's society, which is because of social media. You don't necessarily need the level of organization that we've had with terrorist groups in the past. that one individual can be radicalized, can be inspired by someone like Luigi Mangione, and then just set on his own course toward doing something despicably evil. That makes it harder to police and to deter these actions. But yeah, I'm for all means that we've used in the past in order to get rid of these groups. I think that's a common sense response. But I also think, Hugh, that we have to have a response at the cultural level. Every college president should be coming out right now and saying the fact that this act happened on campus was a tragedy, and I, as a college president, am recommitting to the principles of free inquiry and open debate and viewpoint diversity.
So apparently the Trump administration is considering a ban on trans buying and owning guns. So over the last dozen years, we've had this huge increase in the number of young people identifying as transgender. And now there seems to be a trans crime wave. Whether or not the reality of one is as distinctive as it's getting talked about, this would be a shocking response to ban trans from owning guns. And it reflects the dominant right-wing reaction to trans identity, and that is that it's mental illness. And this is a perspective, probably the dominant conservative reaction to the trans surge over the past dozen years. This dominant conservative reaction is considered hate speech by all the major social media platforms, and hundreds of people have lost their accounts for articulating what is the dominant conservative reaction to trans. So this would have been unthinkable prior to the Charlie Kirk assassination.
That we don't see that happening, I think, testifies to the decrepit state of the American Academy, and also points to the ultimate genesis of assassins like Charlie Kirk's killer. They are nurtured in a culture that begins in the universities, a culture of postmodern relativism, of gender ideology, of racial essentialism, of anti-Semitism, and of anti-Americanism. And so
I'll be right back with Matt Continetti. I don't know what happened to him. That's the early outline. Is it just the campus, or is it the internet? Because I think it's the latter, and Governor Cox thinks it's the latter, and I don't know what we can do about that. Do you?
Well, I'm not sure it's an either or. I think it can be both.
True.
And I think I'm talking about the actual sources of some of the ideas that are then spread on the internet. And I do think there are some things we can do on the internet. For instance, the algorithm that allowed Charlie Kirk's death to be replayed on and on again, instantaneously all over the world, I think should be changed. I don't understand why we're exposing people to snuff films.
I can give you.
Yeah, it just seems a strange reaction that this is a dominant perspective on the right, is that we obviously need more internet censorship. It's this noblesse oblige by the elite, even the elite on the right, that ordinary people cannot handle free speech. And therefore, we need to mind them, we need to control them, and they need more restrictions on speech. So there is a federal form apparently required if you want to purchase firearms that asks every potential buyer, have you ever been adjudicated as a mental defective, or have you ever been committed to a mental institution? So in the past, Congress passed a law, according to the Washington Post, that restricts people with certain histories of mental illness from purchasing weapons. And so the Justice Department is talking to the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to expand the definition of a disqualifying mental health concern to include being transgender.
I mean, that was why I think the event hit so hard, is that Charlie Kirk was a courageous figure. He was going into the lion's den. He was trying to change people's minds. He was unapologetic about his support for President Trump and for MAGA, and he paid for that with his life. And so we can't just react by saying, well, I'm not sure, the problem is too big. We have to take some
I have another
action.
suggestion, which I'm going to throw at you after the break, Matt, because it involves the people who populate our media spaces. We can't continue to tolerate stupid people on TV. And I mean that not in a derogatory, but an objective sense. We just can't.
It's weird how many people with status and large amount of education are quite willing to publicly celebrate the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Says maybe they don't look as good, but they've got to be smart.
Yes, we would hope so. The one problem, Hugh, is that the two sides in our political debate are so far apart that the left liberal side has really no conception of what the right is. I think the right, the conservatives, we have to know what the left and what the liberals are doing because it's our job to stop them, right? But for liberals who dominate the media in particular, they have no reason.
So that which brings you closer together to the people you love is overwhelmingly a good thing. And so I have been talking to people I love about my fear, my concern, my anger, my hurt over the murder of Charlie Kirk. But I wouldn't start talking like this to people in a workspace or to strangers. And it's just weird, once again, to react by posting on public media your joy at the assassination of a healthcare executive. Right, that was the crossing of the Rubicon right there, and this is a further crossing of the Rubicon. And then we'll never look at rooftops the same way. I remember after the murder of about a dozen people at a Pittsburgh synagogue that Jews started getting a little more serious about synagogue security, but there was a dramatic increase in concern for synagogue security after the second attack, after Poway. And so Donald Trump was almost assassinated by a rooftop shooter. And now Charlie Kirk was indeed assassinated by a rooftop shooter. And so now people are really taking it seriously. It's as though this has to happen twice before people take on the security. And Turning Point USA would have paid $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 to this university in Utah for security. All right. But neither Charlie Kirk's private security nor the college security were paying any attention to what was going on with the rooftops. And I think that's going to have to change. People will learn, and people will be much more vigilant about rooftop security, and people who are on the right, particularly who speak out on the trans issue, that seems to be the most deadly issue that you can talk on. And Steve Saylor has remarked for over a dozen years that the most fearsome people that he has encountered are male to female trans. They are the most capable and the most fearsome. And this seems like it's the most deadly topic to talk about publicly if you don't buy into that it's perfectly acceptable and healthy to transition from your biological sex to a new sexual identity. Somehow this has become the most intense hot button topic that you can talk about. And if you don't buy in to the elite consensus that this is perfectly healthy and good and beautiful, then you are more likely to be hurt over this. And so I don't think it was an accident that Charlie Kirk was shot in the throat while he was speaking about various trans murder sprees, because thousands of Americans have been metaphorically shot in the throat for their discomfort with the surge in trans identity over the past 12 years.
Reason in their minds to understand conservatives. So they're completely ignorant of what's happening with MAGA, what's happening in the conservative movement or the Republican Party. And you would hope that the network bosses would say, at the very least, we need to have people on television who have some understanding of both.
There is nobody on any of the major network Sunday shows who is sympathetic to Donald Trump and MAGA. They're universally aligned against
sides of the political equation, because a lot of the stupidity you point to is being uttered by people who just they have no idea what a Republican or what a MAGA supporter is. All they know is the caricature that they're being fed by the liberal media, to which.
So I noticed people on the left with whom I've had friendly relations for years distancing themselves during the second Trump administration. They absolutely believe that this is the birth of a fascist dictatorship. At least they believe that. But if they truly believe that, then they would leave, right? If you really thought we had a growing fascist dictatorship in the second Trump administration, you would leave. You would not speak out publicly against Hitler while you're living in Nazi Germany. But they have so entrenched themselves that they believe this rhetoric, while at the same time they still live here and they feel perfectly free speaking out against it. But I notice people on the left taking this very seriously and distancing themselves from me. I also noticed people just middle of the road liberals who told me that they were willing to commit violence to stop a second Trump administration. And these are not typically happy, healthy people. The ones I've known are always divorced, somewhat isolated, and so they have less to lose by some act of political violence or martyrdom. They're never specific enough that I took their threats seriously, that I would have considered reporting them. But yeah, I have heard people on the left make death threats on the president, and I didn't take seriously any obligation to report them because I didn't believe that they'd actually do it.
So they belong. I think that's where it begins.
This is why I think Bari Weiss going to CBS, if it happens, would be such a profoundly important development. And I work for Fox, and I work for Salem, and we don't need Bari to tell us when we have to be diverse and how do we be fair. But boy, CBS needs it, and all the other networks need it, and they got to get in a hurry. Matt, what about
the just staggering level of contempt that the mainstream media has for Donald Trump and his supporters is just off the charts, and I think I have imbibed some of that. I think part of the reason that I didn't take Charlie Kirk seriously, even though he was a major political player, he may well be the third or fourth most important political player in the United States after Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. And I think I may have imbibed some of the contempt of the mainstream media because Charlie Kirk didn't have a great deal of secular education, and he would speak in a way that was not part of the careful critical discourse that the elites use. And maybe I imbibed some of that.
About the school district? A profoundly stupid thing was said by a superintendent in Northern Virginia. I don't have the exact quote in front of me. In the aftermath of Charlie's murder, and they talked about other victims of color and colonialism, blah, blah, blah.
To me, there's all the difference in the world between stating a cultural, political, and religious opinion and publicly celebrating the assassination of a fellow American citizen. So I don't want to see people canceled for their political and religious opinions. It doesn't bother me if someone gets fired for publicly celebrating on social media the assassination of a fellow American.
It was like the most tenured, stone deaf thing.
Right. I wouldn't engage in it because it's not good for me. I want to be more distant. I don't want to engage in activism. I don't want to engage in getting people fired. It's not good for me. But there are people out there holding people accountable for publicly celebrating an assassination. I can't think of a big argument against it.
I've heard in a long time. What do we do about these administrators with tenure?
I would be opposed to the doxing of their home address, right? But if people publicly post where they work and at the same time they publicly post their joy at assassination, then I think it's fair to hold them accountable to that. Don't go after their family, right? Don't post their home address. But if people feel free to publicly post where they work and then feel free to publicly post their joy at assassination, I can't think of a strong argument against holding people accountable.
We have to fire them. But this just underscores why I think so many people have been disturbed and disheartened by what has happened this week, Hugh. It's what I felt. I took this assassination as further evidence that we are becoming two nations. Our mentalities are completely different. The left has no idea what is happening on the right. That so many people in important cultural positions simply recycle these PC cliches, which have been completely disproved by the events of the past 4 years. That I think is the crisis. And so it's not just one school superintendent. We have to begin to think about how do we reassert the Constitution? How do we reassert our shared identity of Americans? And how do we apply the rule of law in places where it just has not touched? These are the policies we need to pursue if we're going to keep this republic going past its 250th birthday.
Yeah, I quoted an old quote from Peter Berger to the Justice Barrett last week, which was, Peter Berger said this, not Hugh Hewitt, if India is the most religious nation in the world and Sweden is the least, then America is a nation of Indians ruled by Swedes. And I think he's still right, ever more. So I do believe giving a lift to those who believe in a creator and a natural law would be of great assistance. Do you agree with that?
Oh, I absolutely agree. And I think one reason we're seeing this new nihilism is the collapse of faith in so many parts of the United States. And we need to understand that Peter Berger's description.
So I don't believe that we are seeing this nihilism primarily as a result of the collapse of religious faith. I think this nihilism, and collapse of religious faith are more symptoms of a disconnection. Right? If you are connected to your family and your family is religious, you're more likely to stay embedded. If you have just average relations with your family, you're not going to be publicly celebrating assassinations. If you simply have average relations with friends and community, you're not going to be publicly celebrating assassinations. There are a lot of atheists with average and above average relations with their family and friends who are not at all nihilist. If there are people you love and who love you, and you're connected to some people that you love, right, you're not going to be a nihilist, and you're not going to engage in this kind of violence.
It is not quite true any longer. The number of people who feel unattached from religion, who profess no particular belief, who don't attend services regularly, is growing. And
the key is the lack of attachment. Right? If you're an atheist but you're attached to friends and family, community, right, you're not going to engage in nihilistic violence.
Situated on the left. That's another, I think, aspect of this divide that I'm talking about. But to the degree that we perpetuate the United States for another 250 years.
So I'll be frank. As I moved through my teens, at age 14, my family got a TV for the first time. And that same year, my father was fired as a Seventh-day Adventist preacher. And so we moved out of intense Seventh-day Adventist community into a much more secular, disconnected world. And at the same time, we got a TV. So increasingly, what I saw on TV and the sexual allure of what I saw portrayed in the media achieved growing and growing importance to me. More importance, my fantasy sex life took on more and more importance compared to my real life. And so I think for disconnected people who don't have normal relations with family, friends, community, then they are going to live more and more online, more and more in a fantasy world, and become more and more disconnected from reality, and therefore less healthy and therefore more dangerous.
It will be because just as at the beginning, just as what Alexis de Tocqueville saw when he visited in the 1830s, we were a nation of churches. And that religious mentality, that faith in a creator, and
this is the most chilling, this is the most moving, this is the most disturbing commentary that I have seen on the Charlie Kirk assassination. So I've got a lot of clips lined up, but this is the most important one that I want you to hear.
Princeton student who's on a 2-year break working in marketing for my professor. But you know, I've been a conservative my whole life, and I grew up in Seattle. That's where I am in now. And then I, was out in the sort of in the trenches in the Ivy Leagues, which are, very, very left wing. And there's always a known principle that you have to sort of lie to your teachers, lie to your professors, and that your friends, it's harder to make friends. You got a tighter circle and all of that. And the way I saw this story, I kind of felt 3 levels of it. The first of his family and his friends, and sort of just the sorrow for his daughter who's never going to see her father again and all of that. And then I saw the sort of thoughts on the sort of stochastic terrorism and why this happened and how he got shot and why that would have happened. But then the third story, which was I didn't expect at all, was people who I knew told me that he deserved to die. And then when I asked them why, young Gen Z people would tell me all his opinions on abortion, his opinions on guns, his opinions who I hold and have held my entire life. And I even had one person who refused to answer whether or not I deserve to die. And that was the kind of thing that shocked me, just scrolling through Twitter, scrolling through Reddit, glued to my phone the last couple of days, seeing these people. And I've suddenly realized that, and I don't know what percentage it is, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 25, but an enormous percentage of my neighbors don't just, want assassinations of other people, but are at least iffy on the assassination of me.
That is a powerful point. Right? The people who celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk would celebrate your murder too if you hold many of the opinions of Charlie Kirk, let alone if you are to the right of Charlie Kirk. So face it, the reality is that millions of your fellow Americans would like you murdered. That is sobering. Doesn't mean that you engage in extreme behavior, but it does mean that you should be sobered by that stunning reality. Right? As soon as people call Donald Trump and his supporters fascist, they are essentially saying we would like to see Trump and his supporters murdered. Right? You can't call Trump and his supporters fascist and not logically say we would like to see someone murdered. Who wants to tolerate, be at ease, wants to treat with freedom fascists? Right? We have been told since World War II that fascist is about the worst thing that you could be. So if you truly believe that Trump is a fascist, if you truly believe that Trump supporters are fascists, you logically, morally want them dead. Right? How many people want to be ruled by fascism? Right? Not many Americans want that. So when the elites called Trump fascist, right, I'm going to echo Ben Shapiro. They created a permission structure to murder people like Donald Trump and his supporters. Right? If you publicly rejoice at the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and I think it'd be illogical for you, if you're on the opposite side of the political spectrum, not to feel joy at the assassination of Charlie Kirk, though it would usually be against your self-interest to publicly celebrate it. I don't have any argument. I wouldn't condemn people on the other side of the political spectrum for feeling joy at the death of an enemy. Right? Charlie Kirk was a happy warrior, but he was a warrior for the right against the left. So it would be normal, natural, and possibly even healthy to have a measure of joy at the death of someone who was a powerful enemy against your side. So it would make sense then that these people calling Trump and his supporters fascists would rejoice at the murder of people with Charlie Kirk's politics. And Aaron Renn is a voice of sanity, and he wrote the book on a related topic, how to live in a negative world, that Christianity, since the Upheavals decision in the United States, since the Upheavals decision, has become an anti-Christian country. And so how do you live in a world where institutions are aligned against you? And if you're on the right, you are living in America where our dominant institutions are aligned against you. You are living in a negative world. And Aaron Renn says, I see people on the right posting things to the effect, we can't live with these people. Well, you do live with them, and they live with you, and that's not going to change. So we do have to find a way to live together. Now, that's not to say that nothing can or should be done. Right? There should be an expectation the institutions of societies collectively act to shut down behaviors that create a fertile climate for this sort of thing. And one of these things that creates permission structures for the assassination of people like Charlie Kirk is calling Trump supporters and Republicans Nazis and fascists, because that implies it's legitimate to stop them by any means necessary, including violence. Right? Anyone pushing the punch a Nazi meme is explicitly approving violence. And the open celebrations of murder, which for the first time I remember it going on a massive basis by highly educated people, was in the wake of the assassination of United Healthcare president by Luigi Mangione. And then in the recent killing of the head of Blackstone's real estate investment fund. It's just shocking to me that educated people would, in positions of some authority and prestige, would publicly celebrate these assassinations. So that point there by Jacob was just stunning to me.
A higher order is what allowed us to practice democracy in a way that was the envy of the world. So we absolutely have to encourage religion. And the good news is, I think that Charlie Kirk represented a religious revival among young Americans. We're seeing it in people turning to Catholicism. We're seeing it in Protestant campuses and revival meetings. We're seeing it among young people who are turning away from the atheism of just the past couple decades. And so that is to be encouraged. And it's one more.
So there are many ways to talk about God. And you can talk about God in a way that includes atheists, right? You can talk about God as reality. Right, atheists are for reality. Religious people are for reality. So there are more and there are less effective ways of talking about God and religion. So let's check in with Fox.
Had romantic ties to his transgender roommate, who had no idea, they say, about the sinister plot, and has been cooperating fully ever since.
I see a lot of commentary on X that there were many people predicting this Charlie Kirk murder. Many people seem quite certain that Charlie Kirk was going to get murdered on this specific day. And so that's disturbing. I want to know more about that. How many people knew that this assassination was coming?
This is, by the way, the same partner that did come forward with alleged messages from a particular app from the suspect discussing things like the rifle and bullets and even a
So even if you think that trans identity is a mental illness, it doesn't mean that your dominant reaction should be one of hatred. Here we've got a person who's transitioning, who's doing the right thing, who's cooperating with law enforcement.
Change of clothing.
Fox News contributor Paul Morrow is live on the ground in Utah in front of the jail where the suspect is being held, and he joins us now. Paul, you're the perfect person to be on this morning to discuss this investigation. So the suspect boyfriend or the person he was having a relationship with.
Okay, let's look at the chat. It says early morning cheerfulness can be extremely obnoxious. So I woke up at 1 a.m., thought I'll get up another hour. Finally got up at 3 a.m. because the Dallas Cowboys are playing at 10 a.m. So this show will come to a hard finish by 10 a.m. And what we've got, censorship got us in this situation. It was censorship by hyper-focusing on trans people. If you have a medical marijuana card, you can't buy a gun in many states. I think that's a good idea. The universities purposely refuse to use proper security when conservative speakers are on campus, hoping that the conservative speakers will be attacked. This has been going on for years. I'm not sure that's true. I think that's a paranoid perspective. But Bob Altberger says, Michael Tracy is crying on X about free speech and he calls MAGA hypocrites for not abiding by it now, as this was one of MAGA's campaign causes. For people on the right, when we talk about free speech, it's not that we don't think there should be any repercussions for publicly celebrating murder, egging on murder, rejoicing over assassination. It's that we think people should be free to share their political and religious and cultural opinions without getting canceled. So I see a significant difference there between publicly celebrating and egging on murders and simply sharing your political opinion. And Bob Altberger says, MAGA is getting people fired. MAGA is making lists. This is the MAGA way of doing things. It's clearly a winning strategy for the GOP and the right. Why would it go away? So Ron DeSantis, I think, is the pioneer in this domain of using government to further a right-wing agenda. So for some reason, over the past 70 years, the right-wing perspective on government is to theoretically shrink its influence on life. And now, for the first time, we are seeing the right, led by Ron DeSantis, and now carried out by the second Trump administration, using the levers of power to further right-wing goals instead of just withdrawing the influence of government. Conservative and libertarians have lost nonstop for decades, right? And now we have a right that is effective. And Horatio says, this is not a paranoid perspective. Look at how the universities refuse to pay for security or to give security for conservatives, and they would charge conservative groups and Republican groups a large amount of money to provide some putative security. I get a little bit more here from Fox. Is Fox the only mainstream network willing to focus on what seems to be the obvious motive for this assassination?
Identifies as transgender. He's cooperating with the investigators. He also turned over messages. Do we know if there was any conversation about the assassination before these messages?
LJ, that is the salient question, because if in any way that was abetted by this romantic partner, then this romantic partner is potentially a co-conspirator under either version of the law, whether they go state or federal. The fact that the internet was involved potentially gives you a federal jurisdictional hook, and then we have to wonder if somebody else was involved. So far, there's no information coming out that they're looking to charge the romantic partner. The romantic partner is reportedly fully cooperating, and using just my sort of investigative hat here, that is gold. You have somebody who lived with the perpetrator, who is being fully forthright with you. That is better than even the things you normally do, like dumping the phone, dumping the computer, go online, all that stuff that you do. You have somebody here who knew this person really, really well, who can give you the contours of their life and what they did and how they did it.
The other gold is that the suspect is alive. I mean, the case of Thomas Crooks, he was dead, and we didn't know what happened.
So usually extremist politics primarily attracts those on the extreme, those with less to lose, the marginalized losers. And I notice that the people who are most likely to destroy themselves with politics are the marginalized. So plenty of people can be politically active, but they can use their activism to expand their life. Right? Charlie Kirk was a political activist, but he vastly expanded his life. He had over 1,000 employees, had enormous reach, while people bent on self-destruction, right, when they become more and more politically active, right, their life narrows. So whether your life expands or your life narrows, that's a pretty good judge of whether or not you are moving in an adaptive direction. So there were people, for example, who dabbled in the alt-right, and they didn't blow up their life because they had absolutely nothing to do with the criminally inclined. So the most adaptive, useful way to go through life is usually in the center of the herd, and it's people on the edge of the herd or away from the herd who are the most likely to indulge in contemplation of, heinous acts of political violence. If you have anything that you love, anyone that you love and care about, you will distance yourself from such destructive people. And it's those with ties and bonds who stay away from the self-destructive, violently criminally inclined.
We still don't know why he had all those telephones. There were so many questions that are still remaining, and he was cremated really fast. In this case, we have a suspect. Tell us how important that is to the investigation.
No, you're absolutely right, especially if it ever gets to trial. In the case of Crooks, obviously there's not going to be a trial because he's deceased. So in this case, as it goes forward and the
So the only reason this guy is not deceased is that when his father confronted him about what he did, and the murderer said he wanted to kill himself, the father got his Mormon bishop on the phone, and the Mormon bishop somehow got through to this murderer and said, no, you need to turn yourself in. So the tenuous ties that this murderer retained to family and to his religion are what prevented him from killing himself. Now, in a more corporate, traditional kinship society rather than individualist society, a family would just take care of a murderer like this on their own. Right? They wouldn't turn him into impersonal authorities. They would take care of the matter on their own, because in a kin-based, family-based corporate society, people recognize the corporate group kin nature of reality and recognize that when a member of a family does something heinous, that this brings great shame on the family as a whole.
Investigators and the prosecutors develop evidence, you'll start to hear about some of the stuff that they've gotten. You'll see motion practice, that is, their filings are coming out, and you'll start to see the contours of the case. But if it ever gets to trial, now you're really going to see what drove this, how it was planned, what was done. That's when the whole curtain really parts. And that does happen, you're right, because the perpetrator in this case, and it's still only the alleged perpetrator, we have to recognize that innocent until proven guilty. But at trial is where you would really get the full contours of what occurred.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. I know there's been some conversation about federal jurisdiction here, if they're going to leave it in the state's hands. I suspect the state will take the lead here.
So we get to decide our murder rate, right, by how aggressively we prosecute murderers and how aggressively we push for the death penalty and how long we keep people who commit violent crime in prison. So the typical person who gets convicted of a violent crime has committed more than a dozen violent crimes before and not been successfully prosecuted. So why so many Americans have often voted for an astronomical violent crime and murder rate is bewildering, right? Virtually every Republican politician is tougher on punishing violent crime than virtually every Democratic Party politician. But I guess this is a mundane observation that marks me as a pleb, right? This is not exciting. This is not something that right-wing pundits tend to emphasize. To me, it's the most important issue. Reducing violent crime, punishing violent criminals, and securing our borders, to me, are part and parcel of the same approach of trying to restore order and sanity. But I guess it's not exciting, right? It's not theatrical and dramatic enough for the Richard Spencers and the pundits of the world to emphasize. And I'm thinking now, anytime we have a large public event, we have to have drones overhead. We have to keep an eye out for these rooftop shooters. I think we need more mass use of facial surveillance software. We need to use stop and frisk in high crime areas. We need to employ broken windows policing. So we stop the disorder right when it begins. And I also guarantee you there are numerous significant physical signs that someone is more likely than average to be violently inclined. But there's no willingness to study this, right? And physiognomy is not always the most important thing in telling about a person, but it often gives us some pretty good clues, right? There is something common in the physiognomy of many murderers that is distinctive. And we should be studying what are the signs of someone who has an above average inclination towards murder. This should be a prestigious, well-funded endeavor, right? What are the social signs? What are the genetic signs? What are the physiognomy signs? What are the behavioral signs? What are the cultural signs? Right? We should be focusing on the signs that we have someone who's deadly dangerous in our midst.
One more reason why Charlie's death is such a tragedy.
You know, last night I was with a friend, Alan Estrin, who co-founded PragerU with Dennis. And Alan made the remark that the assassination of Charlie hit so hard because Charlie was at about 40% of his capacity. He was already as big as Rush. He was already having the impact of Rush. And who knows what he would have done over 30, 40 years. And so
I just took for granted that Charlie Kirk would be a part of our national political scene for decades to come. Therefore, I didn't feel any particular need to think about him in the current moment.
And part of that was his evangelicalism. I mean, the guy was really...
Now, I have been talking privately with friends that I suspected that prominent Trump supporters would be assassinated. It didn't occur to me, though, that it would be Charlie Kirk. But given the level of vitriol perpetuated by our elites and our mainstream media, it's just inevitable that these kind of assassinations have happened. So, by and large, the right regards the left, akin to the way that they regard this Charlie Kirk assassin, as a freak, as mentally ill, as disturbed, as crazy. The left, by and large, regards the Trump right as evil. And that's not the dominant reaction I notice on the right towards the left, is to regard them as evil. The dominant reaction I notice is to regard them as crazed.
Preaching towards the last 2 years. It was not much of that when I first met him in 2012 or 2013, but he had become really quite a spokesperson. By the way, I've noticed it on the commentary pod. Do you hear it as well? More faith, less reason? I mean, Jerusalem and Athens together, yes, but more faith, less reason. Do you hear it?
I hear it, yeah, I do. Look, these are important parts of anyone's life. I think that Charlie Kirk was pointing young people toward the real wellsprings of human flourishing. He was married. He had 2 beautiful young children. He was deeply religious, and he was active in his community. I think all we know about the human experience and philosophy shows that those are the things.
I agree, right? Charlie Kirk used his politics to expand his life and to deepen his life and to bond. Now, I guarantee you that there are very significant physical signs, that there are physiognomy clues that someone is vastly more likely than average to be a violent criminal. But social ostracism and elite prejudice prevents any funding or discussion or study of these important signs. Right? Nature codes all forms of life for our benefit. Right? When I run into freaky people who look like this shooter, my internal alarm bells ring. I suspect that when you run into freaky people who look like this shooter, your internal alarm bells ring, and that's healthy. Right? Nature has encoded us this way for our benefit. If you do not discriminate, if you do not stereotype, if you do not employ appropriate levels of prejudice, if you do not welcome nature's flashing, bright codes for danger, you are a fool. Right? Nature has coded us and the world around us for our benefit.
There will be any lasting political consequence from the assassination of a young political activist and leader?
Well, I think it could be a galvanizing moment. I think young people are revisiting Charlie Kirk. I mean, he was already a presence in their lives, but the shock of this past week, I think, has led to people recirculating Charlie Kirk posts, to recirculating Charlie Kirk video. And I understand that Turning Point USA is going to continue its work, and now it has that kind of rallying point.
So have you heard of the term Rorschach test, where someone is just shown a bunch of squiggles, and asked what's being shown here? And so we often read into the world what's going on with us rather than noticing what's really out there. And so it was interesting to me how many people reacted to the Charlie Kirk assassination by saying, "Oh, I bet you Israel was behind it." Now, there was never any evidence that Israel was behind it or the Jews were behind it. It reflects a certain misguided obsession, this yearning for a magic key to unlock reality, to immediately suspect, oh, the Jews were behind this. There's much more evidence that the trans craze and the protection of a particular point of view, the elite point of view on trans, that it's perfectly healthy to transition from your biological sex to a new sexual identity, that dedication to this narrative is playing a significant role in this murder of Charlie Kirk.
To show that they won't be intimidated by what happened this week. That's important, and so it could help and get young people out to vote next year. And that's the important thing about a midterm, Hugh, as you know. It's really going to come down to intensity. It's really going to come down to which side has voters who are more willing to go to the polls and support the candidates of their party. And that is, I think, the problem facing the Republicans.
So I noticed much of the media labeling Charlie Kirk as divisive, and I think that's fair. But it is curious to me why it's only people on the right who get labeled as divisive, right? Is there anyone on the left who's divisive? Is Chuck Schumer divisive? Is Barack Obama divisive? Now, divisiveness is not bad, right? Sometimes it is the best strategy to divide and to separate. Other times, unity and finding common ground is a better strategy. It all depends on the situation. So if you go into work, or you are on public transport, or you're in public space, right, don't start being divisive. That is not usually a good strategy. But in your private life, you want to separate yourself from those who are bad for you and to bond with those who are good for you. And if you're looking for a niche in business or in culture or religion or politics or in commentary, right, looking for a particular division is often a great strategy. So sometimes a nation will get stronger when it gets larger, and sometimes it gets stronger when it shrinks. Sometimes religious denominations enlarge by reducing their standards. Other times religious denominations get stronger as they raise their standards. They diminish in numbers, but they increase in religious intensity. So for every strategy, there's a time and a place under heaven. Nothing particularly wrong in certain times and places with being divisive. Another thing that I started thinking about after the Charlie Kirk assassination was that I think most guys in particular yearn to be a hero. And if you're married with kids, you will be able to channel your heroism in looking after your family. But if you're not married, if you don't have kids, you have to look wider for opportunities to be heroic and to chase excitement in your pursuit of heroism. And I have often yearned to be a hero. And once had one friend cut me down to size. He says, I know that you think you are a big hero, but if you were as heroic as you think you are, you would be dead. Right? So for all of us who want to be a hero, right, how many of us are willing to pay the price that Charlie Kirk paid for heroism? Right? I don't know about you. I want my heroism on the cheap. Right? I don't want to be shot. Now, if Charlie Kirk's murderer had been married with kids, I don't think he would have become Charlie Kirk's murderer. Conservatives say, oh, marriage settles men down. I think it's probably more likely that settled men marry. Prior to the 2024 election, journalist Mark Halperin was often talking about his fears over a mass mental health breakdown on the left if Trump were elected. And I think that this widespread passion among many people on the left for murder of their political opponents, I think part of that reflects a mental health breakdown. Now, I notice there's a common meme among the online right. You don't hate the left enough. You don't hate the mainstream media enough. You don't hate the New York Times enough. I don't think that was Charlie Kirk's attitude, right? His politics expanded his life. So imbibing the attitude that you don't hate your enemies enough, that's not usually going to be an adaptive attitude. It's usually going to shrink your life, right? If you have a strong in-group identity, you will naturally hate your enemies who want to destroy you. And you should therefore have people in your own in-group who you can talk to. Overall, however, extreme hatred over politics, religion, race is not usually going to advance you. It's not going to ennoble you. It's not usually going to be an adaptive strategy, right? You'd think that for a healthy person, their primary focus will be their family. If they have space after that, it will be on their work, their friends, and their community. And extreme hatred won't improve your happiness, your effectiveness, your income, your adaptability, your relationship with others, and your relationship with yourself. It won't generally improve your communal and work life. It will usually be a recipe for self-destruction. Now, if you're fighting for your life alone in a dark alley against someone who wants to kill you, right, extreme hatred is excellent. But for most of the rest of life, increasing your level of hatred for your enemies is not going to serve you. And I was not in a good place after this week, and I needed to reset. And my favorite way to reset is to listen to Fred Luskin. He's a Stanford psychologist. He wrote a great book on Forgive for Good, and he has some wise thoughts on resetting yourself when you're upset. Many of his practices revolve around think about someone who's being kind to you. Think about people who love you and allow that to reset. And Charlie Kirk would often say, if you're feeling particularly angry and turbulent, right, get offline.
What's good about people, not just what's wrong with them. I have a PhD in psychology. And before that, there was no schema for that whole field, because we as therapists and researchers, we were the high priest.
Right, there's no business model for news with nuance, or for commentary with nuance, or punditry for nuance. All right, all the incentives are for an extreme and a negative perspective.
Of misery, like, how miserable are you? Well, come see us, and it's like, are you wretched? Oh, good, we love you. And are you angry and bitter and, all sorts of stuff.
Within 2 minutes of listening to this guy, I started feeling calmer and more centered.
It's us. But I have 2 therapeutic licenses and an educational credential, and nobody said a word about having anybody be happy or teach them about love or kindness. I have a PhD from Stanford, and I have a...
So he works on forgiveness, but he doesn't work on forgiveness for people within an active conflict, right? He says there's no point in trying to teach people to forgive when they're at war, right? He comes to work on forgiveness after a conflict has been settled, right? Forgiving your enemy while you're at war with your enemy is not an adaptive strategy.
A master's degree from the California State University system, and nope. There was no interest in what is absolutely the most important thing about being a human being. It's loving and connecting with other human beings. That's what we get in this brief life. We get us. Literally, that's all we get. We get us. And in another whatever, there'll be different groups of us sitting in this thing, and there'll be different people like me standing on a stage, but it'll all be this ball spinning in space. And we get a chance to connect with each other and maybe make this earth a little nicer place to be on earth. And that's what you get in this lifetime. That's that's not only the deep purpose, but that's what makes us happy. I mean, the research is abundant about that.
I'm not some big fan of neoconservatism. I'm not some big fan of John Podhoretz. I had my unpleasant online experiences with John Podhoretz, like so many people. But he may well be the best magazine editor in America, and he does have a gift. And sometimes he does put his finger on something. And he made a great point here on Mark Halperin show.
I quickly point out that in 2005, Bill Kristol was at Earlham College in Indiana, and he had a pie thrown in his face. This also happens in Natan Sharansky a year earlier. These guys were hurling pies. Remember, George Bush had a shoe thrown at him in Iraq? That was the broken windows moment, which is to say, that was the moment when college presidents and people in universities and places like that should have said, if we don't stop someone from throwing a pie, if we don't kick out the people and prosecute the people who did that, which may have happened, if we don't change the atmosphere here, 20 years from now, someone's going to shoot somebody in an open field at an event at a campus in Utah, of all places. So the security stuff is a fail. We need to tighten security because of a failure to make it clear where the boundaries of what is acceptable are, right? So we had this moment, again, 2 weeks ago, the guy who threw the sandwich in D.C. at the National Guardsman and then ran away. I know it's ridiculous. He threw a sandwich. It's not a projectile. No one's going to get hurt by throwing a sandwich. You can't throw an object at a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
You dismiss that charge, and you'll get more people throwing things at law enforcement officers, and then the next thing will be a bullet. So that's I think where security comes in also. Like, we have to go forward, understanding that we've already crossed this Rubicon.
That was a great point there by John Podhoretz, that colleges, by accepting and allowing things to be thrown at conservatives, they put us on a path of disorder. And the natural human tendency is to try to get away with as much as possible. And if you can get away with assaulting conservatives, right, it breeds an increasing feeling of license to try to get away with murdering conservatives.
So often excuse and even justify violence. It is a deep-seated, poisonous tendency. I'm Rich Lowry of National Review. Now, there are a couple different expressions of this tendency. Let's examine some of them. First, this notorious statement from Democratic analyst Matthew Dowd that instantly and rightly got him canned from MSNBC. But the sentiment here is very telling. Let's take a look at this one.
And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions.
So the assumption...
There's very little connection between hateful words, hateful thoughts, and murder. Right? There's very little connection between violent speech and violent behavior. Ashkenazi Jews often use violent speech. They very rarely engage in violent behavior. Often violent speech is a substitute for engaging in violent behavior. So there's no definition of hate speech that would not include the Bible. So that is a very weak argument to make. Looking at the chat, the shooter discussed what he did on Discord. Perhaps he also talked about what he was going to do on Discord. There certainly seem to be people on social media who are proclaiming in advance of the Charlie Kirk shooting that something big was going down that would stop Charlie Kirk. And Nick Fuentes barely escaped assassination just a few months ago. Bob says, we're seeing an ideological schism between the United States and Europe, MAGA versus the neoliberalism that dominates Europe. Just imagine you're a hiring manager, a 29-year-old woman has come in for an interview. Your first question is, I see that you've been out of a job since early September. Why is that?
The assumption here is that one side is full of the haters. And if someone does something terrible to them, well, maybe they should have had it coming, or maybe they shouldn't have been so hateful. Now, there's another expression of this tendency on the left, and it's the view that the man had it coming. Here's Taylor Lorenz on the assassination of Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO.
Why would you be in such a celebratory mood about the execution of another human being? Aren't you supposed to be on the caring, sharing left, where, you know, you believe in the sanctity of life?
I do believe in the sanctity of life, and I think that's why I felt, along with so many other Americans, joy, unfortunately, you know, because it feels like...
Right, it's hard to believe that she's married or a happy person, that she would feel at ease with publicly expressing joy at the assassination of a healthcare executives. Now, we need both sides of our political spectrum, right? We have left and right politics going back essentially for thousands of years because these strategies have proved adaptive at times, right? Our politics is in our genes and in our situations. And in some situations, left-wing responses, right, egalitarian responses, openness to outsiders, these responses are the most adaptive ones. In other situations, right-wing, hierarchical, xenophobic responses are more adaptive. So I'm right-wing, virtually all of my friends are right-wing, but I recognize that we do need the left, and I do recognize that there are occasions when the left-wing response is more adaptive, such as with regard to COVID. The left recognized more clearly than the right that we need a nationwide comprehensive response to a threat like COVID. So if you're on the right, you value order, tradition, you are cautious about rapid change in the way that we organize families and communities. And these traits are highly adaptive when stability, loyalty, protection, and hierarchy are critical, right? In times of war, when there are threats to your family, to the nation, when your group needs defending, right? Right-leaning traits will usually be more adaptive. Now, there are left-leaning traits such as openness to new ways to organize people, innovation, willingness to take risks for the collective good, openness to outsiders. There are times when these left traits are more adaptive, right? When your survival depends more on cooperation or a group consensus, experimentation, rapid adjustment to new conditions, all right? There are reasons that these differing political instincts have been carried down for millennia, because there will always be constantly changing situations around us, and what works best in one situation is not going to work as well in other situations. So the left is not usually our enemy. The left is the other side of an adaptive system, right? In sports, you need offense and defense, and you can think of the right wing as defense, protecting order and tradition, and the left as offense, right, pushing change. And when the left goes too far, right, the right will usually swing back into power. When the right goes too far, the left will push forward. And I'm also thinking of some texts in the book of Genesis where God says, it's not good for man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him. And apparently the Hebrew word for helper, right, the ezer kenegdo, doesn't mean a servant. It means a partner who stands opposite you, a counterpart, a force that balances and challenges. So Adam and Eve are not created identical, they are created to be complementary. Adam without Eve is incomplete. Eve without Adam is incomplete. Together, through tension and cooperation and conflict, they can create something of meaning. So our differences in politics should function the same way. Right? We need the other side to challenge us. It's often when I hear left-wing critiques that I see, oh, they've got a good point there. Because I'm on the right, I tend to be more defensive towards other people on the right, but sometimes I'll hear a devastating critique of some right-wing talking head pundit, and because people on the left are going to feel more incentive to rip apart someone on the right, they will put more effort in and they will be clearer, and I'll have to recognize, oh, that's a really good point. right? So I look at politics as an adaptive strategy rather than a series of moral absolutes. And your genes might wire you for higher risk tolerance and for novelty seeking or a stronger empathic response. And you may have a life circumstances that reward you for cooperation over competition and for experimental art, and you like trying new foods, right? And you probably lean left. And other people like me who experience instability, threat, and who are wired for much more caution and hierarchy, and I like my stories with clean endings, right? People like me, due to our genetics and life experiences, we lean right. So it's not just that we're choosing our political ideology. Our choices usually are much more of a product of our biology and our environment, right? My right-wing perspective on life has just fit with me much better than a left-wing perspective. Now, the violent crime surge that we've had in this country since the 1960s is entirely preventable. And the former Attorney General under Donald Trump wrote about this in the Wall Street Journal, I think back in 2021, right? Our violent crime surge was created by left-wing policy choices, by left-wing court choices, by revolving door policies that reduce the punishment of violent criminals. And when the country reversed that and started enacting tough anti-crime measures during the Reagan and Bush era, right, they turned back the violent crime wave. So most predatory violent crime is committed by a small, hardcore group of habitual defenders. They are a tiny fraction of the general population. They're about 1%. And they are responsible for about 70% of violent crime. And they tend to get away with scores of violent crimes prior to getting convicted. So if you at least keep them in prison into their 40s, they're much less likely to commit further violent crime. So you just got to keep this cohort off the streets as soon as you have one conviction. And this works. This will drive down crime rates, right? We can have a much safer society.
The idea there is that the system is so oppressive, in this case specifically the healthcare system, that any act of violence, any blow against it is justified, including cold-blooded murder, which we saw in the case of the CEO, Brian Thompson, and not just justified, but joyful, positively joyful. Then we have the argument that urban violence and riots are justified. We have a lot of leftist advocates and writers that refer to these events as an uprising, which obviously has a positive connotation. Again, a sense that there's an unjust authority that is ruling over these areas and these jurisdictions. Finally, although this doesn't exhaust the genre, we have the sympathy with anti-colonial or supposedly anti-colonial insurgents or terrorist. This is why Fidel Castro had a lot of support back in the day, why Che Guevara is still a romantic figure today, and why we saw those protests in the streets celebrating and supporting Hamas. Once again, undergirding this tendency, the idea that there's a system so oppressive and so unjust, in this case colonialism, that any act of violence up to and including horrific acts of terrorism is justified. There's also a pleasingly so-called anti-racist aspect to this. The white people are the colonialists, the brown people are the insurgents and the terrorists, and the left instinctively wants to side with the brown people. Now, that's often too simplistic. It's often, frankly, wrong, as it is in the case of Israel, which is accused of being a settler colonialist state. But this is really appealing to the left psychologically. And
every state is a settler state, right? No state emerged organically out of the ground, right? Every state was created by people who seized territory and then defended territory.
Really plays into its current obsessions. Ultimately, the source of this all goes back to the French Revolution. Now, of course, we had our own revolution, but the differences between the American and the French Revolution, that's a subject for another day.
So if you're on the distant right or if you're a paleocon, it's very easy to have contempt for Conservatism Incorporated, to have contempt for National Review. But there's something that virtually everybody on the right shares, and that is a greater willingness to punish people who commit violent crime than virtually everyone on the left. I can't think of any well-known left-wing politicians who support capital punishment for murder. And yet, I believe support for capital punishment for murder is a dominant reaction among Republican politicians. So it may sound banal and boring and mundane, but one reason that I will always vote Republican rather than for the Democratic Party is that virtually every Republican of any significance is more committed to punishing violent criminals than people on the left.
Let's just stipulate, the French Revolution was more violent. It was more abstract. It was more concerned with entirely destroying the old order and building a new order on top of.
I often live in an abstract world, right? Because I've often lacked normal levels of human connection, and I enjoy thinking about things in abstract terms. But there are many dangers with this approach, and you become disconnected from reality, and you start looking at people as fodder for your particular favored abstraction of the moment.
The rubble. This is where we get the notion, really dangerous revolutionary idea of year zero, when the world is totally made anew, or year one, as the French revolutionaries put it. And this event just continues to have a romantic appeal to the left. They think of revolutionaries putting up the barricade in French.
So I think the most significant and profound way to understand the left is that it is a secularized version of Reformed Christianity, right? So the more Christianity reformed, the less ritualistic and carnal it became, and the more abstract it became. And so the left is a mutation of a secularized version of Reformed Christianity. And Christianity is a romantic religion based around a narrative that God came to earth, died on a cross to save you from sin. And so you can see that these same romantic, unrealistic tendencies dominating left-wing thought, quite different from traditional Christianity and traditional Judaism, which were much more ritualistic and much more about leading a porous life where things in this world were sacred, where rituals and physical things and festivals were sacred and connections to a particular people were sacred. But the more Christianity reformed, the more abstract it became, the more ethereal it became, and the more individualized it became. While traditional ways of life are almost always primarily group-focused, much more ritualized, and it's considered that everything that is good and true and meaningful exists outside of you, and it is primarily your duty to live up to these outside of you standards for what is right and wrong, true, beautiful, and meaningful. While the more you go towards Reformed Christianity, the more individualized and abstract you become, and so the buffered identity of the elite is filled with this idea that the most important things are inside of you, right? You have the capacity to decide what is true, good, and beautiful, and you can use your reason to strategically, autonomously plot your path forward. While if you have the traditional medieval, more porous identity, you recognize that the most important things in life are outside of you, that they're external standards of right and wrong, meaning and purpose, and that you are not primarily an individual, you're primarily a member of an extended family or a tribe, a nation, a people.
Streets, whenever there's violence in America. I think they think back to the storming of the Bastille anytime a mob burns down a police station. Never mind the French Revolution resulted in blood-curdling violence. Never mind that it consumed itself. Never mind that it failed. Never mind that it resulted in a man on horseback galloping in the form of Napoleon Bonaparte, as close as you get to a modern dictator in that era in Europe. The Bolshevik Revolution had...
So the Trump administration has had phenomenal success in reducing the mindset and the permission structures that lead to violent crime. And this is what Steve Saylor wrote, right? The mindset that facilitates violence and disorder, right? The racist, anti-white prejudice of the mainstream media has been knocked back on its heels since November, right? It's not just that Trump won again. Right, it's that Trump won with striking growth in the vote of non-whites, right? The good guys who are supposed to save us from Trump, right? This is demoralized white lefties. And liberals keep insisting, oh, crime is falling. That means there's no reason to do anything about it. But it's so strange. You have to have a particularly bizarre partisan lens on life to think that we don't need to do anything about crime because we've got some statistics saying that crime is falling. Right? It's the biggest obstacle to quality of life in America, the enormous amount of violent crime that we have here compared to other first world nations. It should be domestic policy topic number one.
Massive appeal to the left. Again, an admirable attempt to make the world anew, to move beyond the evils and the deprivations of capitalism, to build a society on a foundation of these incredible ideals like equality. The left initially was allied with the Bolsheviks, admired the Bolsheviks, held them up as an example, and then, at the very least, made.
And you can't effectively challenge criminals by disproportionately cracking down on some segments of society, right? It's men who commit violent crime much more than women. It's young men who commit violent crime much more than older men. It's certain subsets of young men who commit an astronomical amount of violent crime. And so if we instituted stop and frisk policies in areas where there are astronomical rates of violent crime, and we have just a sober, realistic recognition that there are a tiny group of people among us who commit a vastly disproportionate amount of violent crime, and we target them for stop and frisk policies, we could drive down our violent crime rate and dramatically improve our quality of life.
Excuses for them, but over time, as the monstrous crimes of the Soviets became more evident and undeniable, this revolutionary impulse, this revolutionary reflex moved from Moscow to the Third World. Third World revolutionaries become heroes to the left. They embraced the 1961 book, The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon. In this book, Fanon argues that, quote, decolonization is always a violent phenomenon. In a preface to the book, the French philosopher John...
We have to protect our public spaces and our public transport. And if we simply rounded up the most dangerous lunatics who are destroying our public spaces and our public transport, right, and send them to asylums, right, we would dramatically improve the quality of life. We should be banning masks on the street, right, and we should be using facial recognition software, right, and we should be tracking social media because so much of knuckleheaded violence is stemming from social media. And so if we used AI to track social media, used AI with facial recognition software, and combine that with stop and frisk policies against those most likely to commit violent crime, we can rebuild quality of life in this country.
Jean-Paul Sartre declared that the wretched of the earth, quote, become men through, quote, mad fury. As one essay on the book has observed, quote, the Western bourgeoisie was fundamentally racist to Fanon, and its, quote, bourgeois ideology of equality and dignity was merely a cover for capitalist, imperialist rapacity. This worldview largely provides the prism through which the left views the Vietnam War. It sympathizes with or outright supports the Viet Cong. In its fervent opposition to the war, it creates revolutionary terror groups here at home, the Symbionese Liberation Army.
So in the 1970s, intellectuals in the West lost faith in Marxism, and they increasingly turned to human rights crusades as a way to feel righteous, even though they recognized it didn't make much of a difference in the real world. And these former Marxist turned human rights activists pushed to redesign international laws of war and international humanitarian rules to enable the anti-colonialist forces such as the Viet Cong and the Palestinians to have as few restrictions on their behavior as possible, while then imposing as many restrictions on their opponents as possible. And you see echoes of this in gun law policing in the United States. Democrats, by and large, want to reduce the ability of Republicans to have guns and to facilitate the ease with which their own supporters have guns. Republicans do the opposite, right? They want to facilitate the ease with which their own supporters can have guns and drive down access to guns and the ability to have guns by young black Latino men. So there are two very different types of gun control, right? You focus on point of sale or on point of use. So Democrats focus on point of sale because Republicans, by and large, get their guns legally, and Democrats want to reduce that ability. Point of use refers to when people use guns that they have illegally. And so a large part of the left wants to make it really easy for mentally ill people to have guns and for criminals to have guns, and any kind of restriction on the ability of criminals who, if they vote for the left, to have guns is regarded as a terrible thing. And so we've got 3 generations of the Bazelon family, right, recruiting for the ability of the mentally ill and the criminal to have guns. Right? You've got the Bazelon Center for Mental Health Laws, and it crusades against discrimination against the right of crazy people to own guns just because they are crazy, because that's stigmatizing. But a huge fraction of murders are carried out by the mentally ill and by young, impulsive, urban men. And now we've got a column here in Slate by Dana Bazelon. I was interviewed by another Bazelon, Laura Bazelon, back in 2001. And Dana Bazelon is the granddaughter of David Bazelon, who was an important judge, the most important judge not on the U.S. Supreme Court during the Warren Court. And he did everything he could to expand the rights of criminals and make law enforcement increasingly difficult. And now Dana Bazelon's wondering, why is Donald Trump so proud of his ability to confiscate guns? Because by and large, Republicans want to minimize the ability of crazy people and criminals to have guns. They want to take away guns from criminals. And to me, this makes sense. But for Bazelons and for left-wing activists, this is heinous because it's discriminatory, that Trump is locking up the wrong people. He's locking up black felons who are caught carrying illegal handguns on the streets of D.C.
The Weather Underground, on and on. It's easy to forget how out of control the 1970s were in America. In 1975 alone, there were nearly 90 terrorist bombings here on our soil. What's new?
And this is how Steve Saylor sums it up. Here are the 2 ditches that liberals are willing to die in. One, the incredibly high murder rate among certain minorities groups is not at all due to nature. It must be 100% due to nurture. But doing anything effective to change that culture to be less violent and murderous, that is racist and terrible.
New in this toxic stew, or at least has been augmented in it, is a couple things. One, the idea that America itself is fundamentally racist to its core. So you used to be a leftist and you might support the revolutionaries in Algeria, say, because they're resisting a French colonialist regime that is so racist and horrid. Now you believe, in effect, the same kind of regime exists here in America and needs to be resisted as well. And the left also believes more fervently than ever that it is resisting fascism here in America. It's always prided itself on its anti-fascism or
So it would be very emotionally pleasing for me to tell you that the left is a primary source of criminal violence. It's mainly due to the left that we have so much criminal violence, and I guess that's exactly what I've been saying over the course of this show. The left does objectively control the megaphone, the narrative in our major institutions. And so all the academic institutions that specialize in extremism, they have a dominant left-wing agenda, and they rig statistics to show that the right is much more criminally violent. Now, people on the right are much more likely to own guns and to be competent with guns and to be lethal with guns, right? But I do notice among members of the left and these various academic extremist specialists in the Anti-Defamation League, they love to define crimes committed by members of, say, racist white prison gangs. That's a form of right-wing terrorism. But crimes committed by members of racist black or Mexican prison gangs, that's just merely apolitical criminality. And so whenever you hear statistics about right versus left violence coming from academic experts and the mainstream media, it's almost always rigged. And right-wing violence tends to take place during the day. Left-wing violence tends to take place at night. And in 2020, Steve Saylor was trying to figure out during Biden years, why Biden's Attorney General Merrick Garland appeared to be completely unaware of the 100-plus nights running in a row of Antifa mob violence in Portland, Oregon. And eventually Saylor realized that while a West Coast night owl like himself watched it happen live for people on the East Coast, it happened when they were asleep. And so they were not nearly as aware. So much left-wing violence takes place at night. And I remember in May 2020 watching live helicopter footage of mobs of color just looting and setting fire to the heart of Jewish America on the West Coast, on Fairfax Boulevard and Melrose Avenue in West Hollywood. But that pogrom was a non-event in the East Coast prestige press because it largely happened while they were asleep. It was after their bedtimes. And the establishment and the academic elite and the media elite, they will not blame acts of terror, right, committed by their non-white pets, right? They won't take any blame, for example, Islamic terrorism in America and the vast amount of carnage unleashed by Black Lives Matter and Antifa. So I hope the Trump administration starts going after these left-wing terror groups, Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Not that all Black Lives Matter activists are terrorists, but there is a substantial portion of the BLM movement that actively promotes terror.
Supposed anti-fascism going back to the 1930s, but this tendency is stronger than ever. We have, of course, seen the rise of Antifa. The irony of Antifa, of course, is that it itself is a fascistic organization. It relies on street violence and intimidation. It dresses all in black. It clashes with the legitimate authorities. It is totalitarian in its sensibilities.
There was this disturbing evening, July 7, 2016. You had this black BLM terrorist, Micah Johnson, and he went out and he murdered 5 cops in Texas, and he wounded 8 more. And then he was the first human we know to be blown up by a robot. And when Steve Saylor first heard about this Black Lives Matter terrorism, he thought, so Donald Trump will be president. And you'd think that this terror spree would be one of the most significant events of the past decade, yet it almost never is mentioned by the mainstream media. And 10 days later, another Black Lives Matter supporter, Gavin Long, murdered 4 cops in Baton Rouge. You don't hear about this in the mainstream media, but white racist mass murderer Dylan Roof, right, there are at least 55 New York Times articles mentioning him.
Yet people on the left make excuses for it. Say, oh, hasn't the United States of America always been anti-fascism? Weren't the troops who stormed the beaches of Normandy anti-fascist? Well, not like this. Not anything like this. You put this all together and you get left-wing violence. You get the excuses. You get the justifications. Riots are called mostly peaceful. Cold-blooded assassins are considered sex symbols. The victims of terrorist attacks and assassinations are told that they had it coming. And you get the likes of Tyler Robinson. He wrote the name of an old Italian anti-fascist folk song on one of his bullet casings. He wrote, "Hey, fascist, catch," on another. There's every reason to believe that he thought Charlie Kirk was a fascist. And if you think Donald Trump is a fascist, if you think Charlie Kirk is a fascist, if you think all of MAGA is fascist and working to bring a fascist dictatorship to the United States, why wouldn't you resort to violence? Why wouldn't you resort to assassination? Why wouldn't you think any means is justified to try to stop it? It's too much to hope that the left will entirely give up its centuries-long attachment to the revolutionary tradition. But to help bring us back from the precipice, the left needs to condemn universally, wholeheartedly, without reservation.
So I noticed people in the chat saying, oh, so you believe that COVID was real? And right-wing people I know in my life also say, oh, you think COVID was real? Yes. I believe that over 1 million of our fellow Americans died of COVID, not just died with COVID, but died of COVID, that we had significant reduction in our average life expectancy due to COVID. But people on the right have a much greater belief in the power of individual responsibility. And so there's much more of a likelihood that people on the right think that if people just take responsible choices, they'll be less likely to die of things of COVID, while people on the left think that our behavior is much more influenced by society. And so they're much more likely to see society as responsible for crime and for illness and for early death. I have to constantly reset myself, my central nervous system, my psyche, from being consumed by rage over this Charlie Kirk assassination. So I listen to people like Fred Luskin.
That people and purpose and savoring. That's what we get here. We get others, we get to do something, and if we're lucky, we have enough safety and enough goodness that we can savor the experiences that we have. And most everything else is epiphenomenon. It's not really that real. You know, yeah, I can take a vacation to Lake Como, but without people, purpose, and savoring, it's just stuff. So, I mean, interestingly enough, I tried to and started teaching the positive psych happiness course at Stanford, I think in like 2008. It's like hard to believe how long ago that was. And my partner and I got so little traction on it in terms of trying to get a department at Stanford to allow us to do this that it was like hard to believe. The biology department told us, well, this has nothing to do with home bio. The psychology department said, well, what does this have to do with psychology? And the education department says, well, what does this have to do with education? It was quite an uphill challenge. We got the Department of Pediatrics to sponsor us. I can't quite figure that out, except that my partner's boss was a pediatrician. So I know what it's like to be in a world that doesn't understand the desperate need we all have to be happier.
I noticed that a pediatrician, a professor at a medical school, was among those publicly posting on social media their celebratory sentiments with regard to this Charlie Kirk assassination. One of the centrist voices of sanity in our news media is Mark Halperin. Here he is on Will Cain Show.
I think I would like to start with you today talking about the climate of America. And I would like to talk to you today as someone who has, not unlike me, but to a greater degree than me, participated in what others would define as mainstream media. You have been in the hallways at MSNBC. You've been on the desk at NBC. You've been in these conversations. And I think that it must be acknowledged, the tenor, the tone, the headlines today that are out there. We could start, Mark, if we wanted to, with simply the New York Times, who today ran a headline before I believe it was corrected and changed and placed differently on their website. But I believe it reads as follows. It says, Charlie Kirk, right-wing provocateur and close ally of Trump, dies at 31. Talk to me if you would, Mark.
Right. More than anyone in the mainstream news media, I think Mark Halperin has tried to understand the right and the MAGA movement and to be fair to it.
Mark, about the climate of America and the media.
Well, I threw up a little bit when I saw that headline, although it wasn't the only one that decided the way to memorialize Charlie was to call him right-wing or far-right. Let me just say, listening to you at the beginning of the show talking about what made Charlie so special, you know, sometimes you go to a friend's wedding and maybe you don't know the other people doing toasts, and they say things that sound so familiar to you. Well, they see the same thing I do. Sometimes happen at a funeral as well. What you said about Charlie is so resonant, not just for me, but for so many. And I'd urge everybody to rewind and listen again if you weren't paying close attention, because Will, you just captured him so perfectly. What made him special? What made him influential? And I've been talking to Charlie about this when I've interviewed him and on his show when I've been a guest there, and trying to explain it to Democrats, including in the last 24 hours. There's no one like Charlie, I think, in American history, because technology that he was so central to what he did didn't exist until just recently. And I've been saying to Democrats for a long time, and Gavin Newsom was one of the few Democrats who understood this, you don't have a Charlie Kirk. Part of why you're losing politically so often is you don't have a Charlie Kirk. As for the media, I have worked in traditional media, and I've also, throughout my career, even when I worked there, have been a huge critic of it. So what we're seeing play out now is no surprise. What I've asked people on the left to understand is three things. One is
there are far right.
If this had happened if the left did have their version of Charlie Kirk and that person had been assassinated, the coverage would be so different. The coverage would be indicting the far right for killing that person, rather than what we see now, which is calling on all sides to do better, which is great, and I'm all for all sides doing better. but they're not covering this. And you don't need, and they wouldn't wait in the case of the right to know the identity of the shooter. Number two, understand and appreciate what Charlie did, because if you don't, you won't understand the anger. The press is treating this like an unfortunate thing. What they're not doing is factoring in just how angry people on the right are. And the press doesn't seem to get that. Our colleagues in the establishment media, what I call the dominant media, they don't seem to get that. And then lastly, stop covering Charlie like he was a freak, and own up to the past coverage. I saw CNN's media critic yesterday in a special newsletter about Charlie write glowingly about how wonderful Charlie was and all the wonderful things Charlie did. Go look at that guy's previous coverage. Own up to the demonization that occurred about Charlie for years. I'm not saying that's what got him killed, but what I am saying is you can't...
Right, he's referring to Brian Stelter, who is so dominantly left-slanted in almost all of his reporting. And Mark Halperin makes a great point when he says, why are our dominant media critics so far on the left?
You can't suddenly decide the guy's a great guy without looking at your previous coverage and asking the question, why didn't we think he was a great guy before? Why didn't we respect what he did, even if we disagreed with the ideology, because people in the media are liberal?
To put this in context, it is surprising how relatively muted the mainstream elite media has been with regard to the death of Charlie Kirk. So if this was a year ago, there would be much more vitriol spewed by the mainstream media with regard to Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was pretty edgy. He had Steve Saylor on his show. He had a lot of close interactions with dissident right thinkers. Charlie Kirk named Christopher Caldwell's book, The Age of Entitlement, as a book that particularly influenced him. And so however bad you think the elite media is with regard to Charlie Kirk, it is considerably muted compared to what it would have been a year ago. Right? It is a somewhat chastened news media on this story.
Should have respected what he did in his life because he was entitled to it, because he was an historical figure at 31. He was an historical figure for his role, not just in the president's reelection campaign, but in understanding how to appeal to young people and how to have a servant's heart in the rough and tumble world of politics.
Mark, I really try not to give attention, both personally and professionally, to the outliers, the freaks, the provocateurs, the flamethrowers, the people with social media who today do suggest that Charlie Kirk, because of his position on the Second Amendment or because of abstract concepts of accusations of hate, got what he deserved. But then it either bleeds up or bleeds down from those random posters on social media to places like MSNBC, where yesterday analyst and commentator and former political advisor Matthew Dowd had this to say in the wake of the death of Charlie.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this.
He speculates whether or not it was a supporter firing off a gun in celebration, but then he goes on, Mark, to say, in a way, Charlie asked for this. He got what he wanted in America. Listen.
Because as we were just talking about a moment ago with Alan, after one of the Doge employees was allegedly attacked in Washington, D.C., that's what Donald Trump used as justification to send in federal troops into Washington, D.C. to get things under control, the carjacking situation. He used that. And I know it's hard to predict the future, Mark, but you can imagine the administration using this as a justification for something.
So Matthew Dowd said that you put hate.
That is a legitimate point to make, right? I would understand why the left would raise that. That is your first reaction to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or one of your first reactions may be jarring, but that is what should be expected a reaction. So I don't condemn Katie Tour for raising that point. The Trump administration is going to do things as a result of this Charlie Kirk assassination that the left and maybe much of the center will hate.
Hate out there and you get hate back. Matthew Dowd was fired, by the way, yesterday by MSNBC. The second clip was Katie Tur, a host on MSNBC, saying this will now be this will be the predicate for Donald Trump to...
I don't think Katie should be fired for that. I don't think she should be condemned for that. It's a commonsensical observation. It may be cold-blooded, but it's a normal, commonsensical reaction.
continue his authoritarian march into the United States cities. I don't know if it bleeds up or bleeds down, Mark. I don't know if this is the media giving into a mass psychosis that exists out there in the populace reflected on social media, or I don't know if social media is the tail wagging to the dog of MSNBC.
Well, a lot embedded there for sure. I texted one of our mutual friends yesterday who responded to people like that online with a 3-word phrase. The first word is go, and the third word is yourself. And I texted him and I said, Charlie would not want you to be this angry. This person isn't worth your time. And I think that's the right attitude mentally, and I think it's the right attitude in terms of what Charlie would have wanted. At the same time, I don't think we can be silent. The fact that Matthew Dabb, I don't like when people lose their jobs. People say stuff live that, but he seemed to be insufficiently.
So it's chilling to think how many people may be in our lives who would like to see us killed for our political beliefs. It's chilling, but to get hysterical about it probably doesn't serve us, right? People have all sorts of reactions that are impolitic, that are frightening and scary. I have them, you have them. And so how do you plot a path forward in a dangerous, frightening world, right? You lean on those that you love and you build those connections.
Contrite about it. And as your question suggests, the mindset that would cause someone to say that is insidious, and it does exist online. But we have to deal with real life, and we have to deal with love and productivity, and not try to out-hate people on Twitter.
You're preaching the better angels. You really are. And I acknowledge in this moment that it is very difficult, and I am battling that. Personally, Mark,
Yeah,
I am battling my own anger. I truly am.
Yeah.
I want to give in. I want to give in to my anger, personally and professionally. And I know you do, and I know that many people do. I know many people listening are having that same tension internally. I guess what I wonder is, if not a significant portion of our population is given into a mass psychosis. We talked about the concept of mass psychosis during COVID, how fear can run rampant through a population, warp your sense of reality, and change who you are, or reveal who you are to your neighbor. And I have to wonder if there's not some kind of mass psychosis. There are always going to be crazy people on the left and the right. Crazy people exist. But I am concerned as much about the assassination of Charlie Kirk by the response and the celebration of the death of Charlie.
Right. The public celebration of the death of someone who was assassinated, who was your fellow citizen, that's new. Right, that was not the America that existed prior to 2025.
Charlie Kirk, and if that is not a reflection of a real mass psychosis, it's been bred through the irresponsibility of media in teaching everyone that if you disagree, you're at minimum a bigot.
Right, the left has preached for years that words are violence, and therefore, because of your words of tradition and right-wing approach to life, therefore, essentially, you deserve to be treated violently.
Most probably a fascist, and at maximum a Nazi. At that point, you give license to the worst of us.
Yeah. So decades of tens of millions of our fellow citizens unaware of the pain caused by being barred from college campuses or not being able to speak out if you're a student in your...
Right. Conservatives have not felt able to talk about their political understanding of life, their approach to life, for fear of being labeled racist and for fear of being fired. And there's no effective rejoinder once you're accused of being racist. So you have an entire side of the political spectrum that has learned it's a very dangerous thing to share your point of view in public.
You're a conservative, or cancel culture, or being denied opportunities because you're conservative. Decades of that, and the left seems oblivious to it, even now. And now we have Charlie, a free speech advocate who went boldly, aggressively, and as a happy warrior onto college campuses. So my preferred next step for everyone is for people on the left to say, tell us about Charlie. Tell us why you felt so strongly about him. Tell him what he did that made you all feel he was such a great leader. And for people on the right and people like me, objective journalists who understand what happened, to tell them, let them understand how Charlie's death is a metaphor for decades of built-up anger and frustration about how the right was treated.
Here's Heather
Franks,
McDonald.
too, I have to mention that. Oklahoma City bombing. Okay, but they're heavily outnumbered in the year 2025 by progressive hate, in my humble opinion. Joining us now is Heather McDonald. You know who she is. She's at the Manhattan Institute. She joins us from Irvine, California. You've written a lot extensively about this, and that's why I wanted to get you on. You're a conservative, and you're upfront with everybody. You don't like the progressive movement. I never really thought The View was a threat. MSNBC, a little bit more heightened there, but it didn't make me that queasy. But maybe I was wrong in the wake of what happened to Charlie Kirk. How do you see it?
Well, we've learned that even Utah Valley University is not immune from the cancer of anti-Westernism, the cancer of student ignorance, of student narcissism. Before Kirk was going to speak, there were nearly 7,000 signatories to a petition articulating just the philosophy of Matthew Dowd, that somehow speech equals violence. That
Where was that petition launched? Who did that?
Well, I assume it was a Utah Valley University, the usual online petitions.
All right. So at the school, 7,000 people, nobody knows who they are, signed a petition that Mr. Kirk shouldn't speak there because he's a hater. That's what happened?
Right. And so this ideology that Dowd is talking about is coming out of campuses. It's the completely specious connection between speech that disagrees with the elite consensus about race, about white supremacy, about the optional nature of gender, about the unqualified rights of foreigners to enter the United States without any objection from citizens.
Americans used to be much more plain-spoken, right? They would censor themselves much less prior to the 1960s. So plain-spoken, sometimes harsh, brutal speech, there's no inevitable connection between that and violent criminal behavior.
Citizens living here, that equals hate speech, and that somehow preposterously students are put at risk from words that they don't like. And that view that this is hate and hate equals violence then switches to its opposite, which is that violence is justified against violence. So the universities, I'm grateful that Trump is going after them, but it can't happen soon enough because they are the source of a complete rejection of what has been the founding ideals, ones that we didn't always live up to. There's been a lot of violations of free speech in American history and British history, but we got pretty close to the ideal before the student narcissism took over.
Well, this is a Marxist play, as you know, Heather, in Russia when they deposed the Tsar. And I had that in Confronting Evil, what Stalin did. It was like, if you oppose communism, you oppose the people. You're hating the people. Okay, and so we can execute you. We can kill you because you're hating the people. And that's been in play since 1917. All right, I mean, so all this is just gussied up for the American university system right now. Yesterday, they released a list of the worst colleges for freedom of speech. Harvard isn't on it. It won the last 2 years. But, because Trump has really taken them to the woodshed, to use a cliche, Harvard stopped. But Boston College, a Jesuit-run school, I think is number 5. But you can't say anything that they don't like. And it's a progressive school. And so if you say anything against progressives, then you're committing a hate crime. And that's the bowl that Charlie Kirk was put into. But he disagreed with the progressive approach to politics and life. He spread that word. I thought he did it in a responsible way, although some of the stuff that he said was pretty volatile, but some of the stuff I say is pretty volatile. Okay? So he was killed because of it. He's a martyr. And I don't know if there's any true remorse. I'm watching The View today. I go, I don't know about this. So I don't know if this is ever going to get any better. Do you think it will improve now that this atrocity has been exposed?
No, I don't think so. And every side is going to be saying if their guy, if somebody from allegedly their side commits some atrocious act, they will always say, and the right will do this too, this is an individual act. It's not a product of ideology. We should be allowed to make our arguments. We're never literally advocating violence. And I'm sure the left feels the same way. We're not responsible for this guy. And, it's easy to mouth the bromides about we got to tone things down and remember the things that unite Americans. I'm thinking, well, what are those?
So the alt-right used to be primarily a comic movement. But when the alt-right started murdering people, you couldn't relate to the alt-right the same way. When the alt-right was primarily a comic movement, it was easy to talk to the alt-right and to engage with the alt-right. But once you started having these sprees of mass murder, a responsible person with something to lose had to back away And even if there were alt-right points that were accurate or funny, you had to have much greater reluctance in using them. You couldn't use them anymore because of the murder sprees that were associated with that rhetoric. Now, I wonder if the left will recognize that reality has changed and that all this talk about fascism probably played a role in creating a permission structure for this assassination of Charlie Kirk. Responsible people have to back away from rhetoric that is associated with murder sprees, even if the rhetoric at a different time and place was within the Overton window. Once it starts showing a connection with murder sprees, you can't use it so cavalierly anymore.
At this point, like if we don't even agree that there's such things as males and females, or that children that have no risk of dying from COVID should not be put in masks and prevented from interacting with their peers. If we can't agree on that, I don't know what the heck we do.
Well, I agree with you. We're at a divisive state that rivals a civil war. There's no doubt about it. All right, Heather, we really appreciate your point of view.
Aftermath of Charlie's assassination. Noah Rothman, welcome. Can you give people the succinct summary of what you were talking about today or yesterday on the Commentary podcast?
In relation to the some of the category errors that you're referencing?
Yes.
Because they do abound in the literature. So I'm broadening this out, the February article, into a book, which will be out next year. And in my research, and this is not necessarily new research, but the categories that are used to describe for law enforcement the individual radicals and individuals who accrete into radicalized into cells, groups that commit terrorist acts, are categorized in a variety of ways. And some of those categories overlap and blend, and through no fault of the people doing the categorization, they have a tendency to underrate the degree to which the violence we're seeing from the left as a distinct category or group. Now, I couldn't say the same for other statistics.
Right. The people who release official statistics, right, are operating within institutions that are overwhelmingly controlled by the left and frequently skew towards a partisan advantage for the left.
That are bandied about. Some of them are contributed to by the likes of groups like the Southern Poverty Law Center, which find their way into the mouth of Congressman Seth Moulton and the Nation contributor Joan Walsh. And you can find them everywhere. But they essentially posit that just about 80% or more of political violence in this country comes from the right. The right is the font from which violence springs. And if there is evidence of violence on the left, it is scattered, it is discrete, it is usually attributable to people who have mental illness, and that's the through line, derangement. It has nothing to do with what we're watching, what we've seen over the last decade or more, which seems to me more like the through line being a commitment towards a romantic ideal which manifests in revolutionary violence, and the causes are anti-capitalist and anti-Western. And the events that we see that are attributable to the left are diluted in these formula.
When you look at the faces of so many of our mass murderers, it's hard to believe that physiognomy doesn't tip us off to something about a person. Often when I encounter a new idea or a new thinker, I look them up. I want to see a picture of them. I think getting a concrete understanding of what they look like, of their physiognomy, helps you to understand what's going on with someone. So the assassin was apparently in love with his male to female transitioning anti-Christian roommate. And yeah, we have all these people in elite military circles and in medicine and in the helping professions who are quite loud and proud about their celebration of this assassination. That seems weird. But if you're in the U.S. military and you feel it's cool to publicly celebrate the assassination of an American citizen, that's weird. That's disturbing. Some sharp commentary online. The left blew their trust. Normally see a nice guy like Charlie Kirk doing a simple debate, not a political speech, not leading a rally or a riot. Then he gets gunned down. Normies see a bunch of people, even their friends, cheer and clap and dance. They ask why. Well, you see, he was evil, they cry gleefully. The normie stares at a screen. Right? A clean-cut guy with a microphone is bleeding out. Reminds them of the scared young blonde they saw bleeding out on the subway just a few days ago. What did he do that made him so evil? He said things. So you are happy they murdered him for talking. Yes, you get it now. The normie is horrified. Someone they trust their kids to, their health to, their safety to, is acting like a foaming, raging lunatic who wants people dead because they said something they didn't like. A lot of questions still about this shooting. Here's one series of questions.
I just came across this tactical hand signal chart. Have a look at the sniper. Grabbing the hat, the sniper. This is seconds before the shooting, guys. In the ear. And then the guy behind him. A couple signals there. This looked like what other buddy was doing. It says suspect. I can't piece that together. But that one is very interesting. I'm curious as to why those people aren't being questioned right now. What do you guys think?
Right. What's up with the security behind Charlie Kirk using these military hand signals? I think this is a devastating meme, right? Democrats killing America. Okay, that's last overstatement, but this is how much many people on the right experience reality right now. If you believe people deserve to be shot for their opinions, don't cry when you get fired for yours. And this does seem to be a left-wing talking point. It's not the fault of Charlie Kirk's murderer. Charlie Kirk said things that made people angry. Elon Musk, think about all the benefits to free speech because Elon Musk took over Twitter. And he says we must fight back or we be murdered. Here we have a public high school teacher openly calling for everyone who thinks like Charlie Kirk to be murdered. Right? He wants millions of people to be murdered. A public high school teacher, Fairfax High School in Los Angeles. Right? Anyone entrusted with the safety of American souls on a plane must have good judgment and compassion. Right? So those Delta Airlines pilots who celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk, right? It's good that they were fired. And I was initially concerned about the competence of the FBI in this regard. I thought it was incompetent of the FBI director to be tweeting soon after the assassination that, hey, we essentially we got the guy. But the FBI did probably assist and come through, and Kash Patel might have a good point here. He says, against all law enforcement recommendations, we demanded the video footage and enhanced stills of the suspect released to the public, and the assassin's father, who ultimately turned him into authorities, told law enforcement that he recognized his son in that released video. So there are reasons to criticize Kash Patel, but there are reasons to praise him as well. Larry O'Connor, who's often on Mark Halperin's show, says, why on the network Sunday shows on ABC, CBS, NBC, why are your news opinion analysis roundtable discussions populated every week without any representative at all for Americans who support President Trump? Right, the message you send is that our opinions are not worthy of consideration or debate. We do not belong in polite society. And this contributes to the dangerous dehumanizing othering of the majority of American citizens. Here's Mark Halperin. An email I just got from a smart person who's now smarter, unfortunately, because of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. I used to think of Trump derangement syndrome as just people losing their minds about him, specifically and knee-jerk, hating everything that Trump said or did or enacted. But I now realize that Trump derangement syndrome has made people lose their ability to tell the difference between right and wrong. Mickey Cal says, people were told that the arc of history was on their side. They were the coalition of the ascendant. Victory was inevitable. Now they are looking at the abyss. And some will mindlessly, righteously cross over to violence. Maybe a Democratic Party comeback will tamp it down, but Trump leaving office will not, particularly if he's replaced by a J.D. Vance or a Ron DeSantis type. Progressives attempted to cancel people for sharing their political opinions. The right now is using cancellation to enforce a widely shared social norm that you do not publicly celebrate murder, let alone political assassination. People refusing to use your preferred pronouns is not violence. You murdering people is violence. many people on the elite right have been saying that the trans issue does not matter. Right? This was a strange blind spot that regular people did not have. Right? The right-wing elite who said that the trans issue did not matter, they should apologize.
By attributing right-wing political violence to acts like gang violence, prison violence, Aryan prison violence, domestic incidences of conflict, which clouds the data, muddies the data, and you have to conclude at a certain point that that is the mission, that's the objective, to establish a basis for which motivated individuals with an interest in misleading their audiences can say, well, don't believe the evidence of your own eyes. Look at the statistics. The statistics can't possibly lie.
No, I want to put on the table, it's early, and this is a tentative conclusion, that the assassin of Charlie was motivated by left-wing ideology. It's early. There's a counter-narrative developing already, but I don't believe it. Sometimes the obvious is the explanation, and catch it fascist on a bullet is pretty dispositive to my lawyer's mind. But I have three categories for your dissection. Mental illness violence, and that includes the attack on Nancy Pelosi's husband by a deranged individual. It includes probably the assassination of the Minnesota House Speaker. It certainly has been in a lot of school shootings, but I categorize in left-wing violence the school shooting in Minnesota, the school shooting in Nashville, as well as the softball field massacre, attempted massacre in 2017, the two attacks on President Trump, the attempted assassination of Justice Kavanaugh, the Jewish couple murdered in D.C., the murder of Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, the burning down or the attempt to burn down Governor Shapiro's residence by an anti-Semite, and I put into mental illness the shooting of Gabby Giffords as deranged. Into political on the right, I put J6, obviously, and then I also put the Michigan plot because 9 of the 14 were convicted. And so there was, I may have misheard you. I think I heard you say that it was not really a plot, but 9 of those 14 people have been convicted.
Yeah, I had made a statement on Commentaries podcast that I think was in error insofar as the extent of I had attributed the convictions to individuals who were already working with the FBI, and that some of their acquittals had rendered that case a little hinky. I since have researched it, and I agree with your assessment that amounts to right-wing violence. And in this book, there will be an element of a mirror that I intend to hold up to the right, insofar as I see them mirroring some of the habits that have led to this condition on the left, viewing individuals, for example, not as individuals, evaluating them as groups. January 6th, as bad as it was, what pales in comparison to the pardons, which reflect precisely the logic that Joe Biden.
So there is so much pious nonsense coming from Conservative Incorporated, including there from Noah Rothman. You cannot help but view people as members of groups. That is the innate human tendency. We must, economize on our empathy and on our mental powers. Until you get to know individuals, you will primarily experience them as representatives of a particular group: Orthodox Jew, gay, white, black. That is simply how the human mind works. And this notion that we should stop being human and reach such a rarefied, disciplined, buffered status where we simply relate to people as individuals is absurd. But it's in complete denial of reality.
Appealed to when he pardoned people not on the basis of their individual convictions, but on the category to which he believed they belong, which ended up granting commutations to individuals who were convicted of horrible violent acts. They were only considered nonviolent because of plea deals, et cetera, so forth. That's separate from this. You raised a lot of issues there. I wrote down a couple of them. I want to get to them. On the part of this killer, that, as you say, the evidence does seem to be moving in a certain direction. You said this, catch this fascist. That seems pretty indicative. To me, Bella Ciao.
It's just what a war on common sense that we should not understand people recognize people primarily as members of groups, right? That is just the innate human tendency, and it's silly to be at war with reality. Now, not everything you do in response to being attacked or being wronged is a good idea. And there is a great deal of evidence that Israel's attack on Qatar over the past week was an absolute disaster.
Hi there, welcome to another edition of the Israel-Palestine Report. And today we're going to talk about why that attack in Qatar is one of the greatest strategic and military
So this guy's a lefty, but he has a lot of common sense.
Failures in Israeli history. So let's start.
So from a moral basis, a tactical, strategic basis, it seems absolutely a great idea for the Jewish state, for Israel to take out the leaders of Hamas, who led a surprise attack on Israel that killed about 1,200 Israelis. But this attack, morally justified, but a complete disaster, it appears.
At the very beginning, we had that attack in Qatar, which was intended to take out the leadership of Hamas in one fell stroke, but it failed. And
so just because you feel like you're on the side of morality, you're on the side of the angels, and you're lashing out at your enemies, doesn't mean that what you're doing is a good idea.
Over the last 2 days, we've learned some more reasons why this has been the case. First thing, the Wall Street Journal told us that the Mossad refused to participate in the attack. Now that's very significant because the Mossad has the assets on the ground and the ability to assassinate the heads of the Mossad from inside Qatar without using external force. Why did they not agree to do it? Because of the timing.
So members of the Mossad are to the left of the average Israeli. Just as in America, the smartest people tend to be on the left. Doesn't mean they're right, but the high IQ, those with the most secular education, tend to be on the left, and we need them. Right? It doesn't mean that they should automatically rule all our decisions, but we need to work together and harness the abilities of these very smart people who are sometimes disastrously wrong, but sometimes their expertise is desperately needed.
The timing regarding hostage negotiations, which also is the same reason the IDF showed some reservations.
Right. Many of the smartest secular left-wing Israelis who were leading the battle against Netanyahu prior to October 7 then became the most important Israelis who pulled off many of Israel's stunning victories over the past 2 years.
And also because they view Qatar as a partner and an
We shouldn't bow down to expertise, but we shouldn't ignore it. Right? Sometimes the experts are right, and the common popular sentiment is wrong. And I'm sure much of common popular sentiment in Israel was all for this attack on Hamas in Qatar, but it appears that the experts and those who are left-leaning were right, and the Netanyahu government made a disastrous decision.
Intermediary in many of the things that they do, and also because they did not want to burn their assets in Qatar on something they felt was not productive. So David Barnea, the head of the Mossad, vetoed the plan, refused to participate. An Israeli official told the Wall Street Journal, this time Mossad was unwilling to do it on the ground. The agency viewed Qatar as an important intermediary. Another source said, the timing was wrong. We can get them in 1, 2, or 4 years from now, and the Mossad knows how to do it. Why do it now? Instead, Israel launched a massive military strike from outside the country, which immediately...
So Israel, like the United States, has institutions that are dominantly controlled by the left. And the experts in Israel, like the experts in America, are overwhelmingly on the left. But that doesn't mean you automatically discount their views. Right? Sometimes they are going to be right. So is this true? Do we have various far-left trans accounts on social media that appear to have prior knowledge of Charlie Kirk's assassination? I want to know. Larry O'Connor says, doctors, judges, airline pilots, teachers, nurses, professors, proudly displaying their names and their faces while spreading their vile hate-mongering, meaning their celebration of the assassination of Kirk. Right? These are not anonymous randos playing video games in their mum's basement. Right? These aren't people getting fired for generic progressive opinions. They're getting fired because they expressed support for political violence and for the execution of their opponents, and they expressed this support in public. Right? Attacks on conservatives have gone on American college campuses for years, right? Our media ignored it or egged it on, and this needs to stop. Bill Maher, remember a month ago there was a killing in New York City. A man got off on the wrong floor, killed someone in real estate. Ben Shapiro, those are the permission structures I'm talking about. That's a permission structure that says the healthcare system doesn't work the way I want it to. Therefore, the assassination of the CEO is justified. Mark Halperin, for the first day after Charlie Kirk's assassination, I refused to believe that anyone was actually going on social media to celebrate Charlie's murder. Then I realized there was, in fact, some of it, but I assumed it was a very small amount. Now I see how naive I was. What is wrong with someone that they would do that? Here's a powerful insight. Maybe the most important thing that we can learn from this murder in Charlotte and by attending public school is that we are all at the mercy of the bottom quintile. The rules you follow in life will be based on the behavior of this bottom 20% of the population. The taxes you pay are largely to support this group. The greatest risk to your life and property will come from this group. The dearth of comfortable public spaces is because you have to allow these people to be there. Yeah.
To this moment, are they economic? Are they cultural, psychological? Why have we gotten to this point as a country?
So I'm glad to explain the circumstances, Mark, there are social changes happening in the country that are radicalizing our politics, and then this is leading to...
So this guy is widely regarded as the expert on political violence.
Support for political violence. The first point I'd like to make, though, is that I'm sorry to say that as tragic as yesterday was, something like yesterday was predictable. This may not be true for journalists. It may not be true even for leaders in the White House. But the fact of the matter is, we are falling down a course where we are seeing in our national surveys that we do at our center at the University of Chicago, evidence after evidence that our publics in the United States, both on the right and the left, support political violence at higher levels than at any time since we started doing these quarterly surveys in the summer of 2021. So that's the reason why those New York Times op-eds in the last 9 months have been basically sending up the SOSs. That's the reason why I've been saying we're on the brink of major political violence. And I'm sorry to say that we are now at a watershed moment where we have crossed a major threshold. And as bad as yesterday was, I'm very concerned that if left to its own devices, this is going to get worse. And so that's why this conversation is so important. You're one of the most important audiences in the whole country because you speak to multiple parts of the country, which is so unusual. And this is a problem for multiple parts of the country. So if you like, Mark, I could give an answer then to what's going on in terms of the details.
Well, so you're saying people will say to pollsters, to people taking surveys across the political spectrum, that political violence is a good idea or a necessary evil, or that the other side's going to do it? What are they actually saying in these surveys?
What our questions, we ask very specific questions. So we don't ask the general question, do you generally support political violence? We do ask those. But we know from survey research, you want to ask more pointed questions. So, for example, in the May survey that we conducted, this is a nationally representative survey done with NORC, one of the most reputable polling agencies on the planet, the gold standard. 39% of Democrats said they agreed that the use of force was justified to remove Donald Trump from the presidency. The use of force is justified to remove...
4 in 10 Democrats say force would be justified to remove the incumbent president.
Yep. Now, you will then ask, well, wait a minute, what do they mean by the use of force?
Yeah.
What do each of those words mean? So, Mark, over the last 4 years, we have done secondary research. We have done focus groups. We have gone into probe in more detail, specific expert surveys on what do people think they understand that question to mean.
Right.
And 55% of people, we use a term, the use of force. Notice that that's not the word violence, because violence can mean many things, yelling. And what we have learned in our survey research over the last 4 years is 55% of the people who who are responding to use of force, 55% mean assassination, murder, killing, shooting, violent mob to overthrow somebody. So it's not always the same type of physical violence, but they are not just, there are about 40% that mean, like, even with use of force, yelling. But when you use the phrase violence, that's more 1 in 10 means something physical, like a shooting, where it's 90% are on the softer side.
If you think about our history, and obviously the data is not going to be perfect over time because you've not been at it for decades, but you think about the 1960s when there was, of course, a lot of political violence. You think about the Civil War, obviously, going back longer. Are we in an unprecedented moment, or does this have an historical analog in this country?
It has a historic analog. Mark, I term our era the era of violent populism. So I coined a new phrase because all these movies about Civil War and all these people, there's nothing going on. No, there's a middle ground going on. So we needed to give it a name. So I gave it the name violent populism. And you see in the op-eds, the pieces in Foreign Affairs, this phrase is being used by me.
So populism is not inherently right-wing or left-wing. Populism means wisdom resides with the people, and that the overwhelming majority of the people should get their way, and that the people are coherent and united. Only with a coherent, united people can you have a challenge to expert rule. Right? Expert rule depends on pluralism. It depends upon a divided society where experts can make alliances to rule. And we have populism on the left represented by AOC and Mamdani and Bernie Sanders. And then we have populism on the right as represented by Donald Trump. So when he talks about the age of violent populism, he is not saying that this is something that's uniquely on the right.
And what I mean by that is something akin to the 1960s, where we are experiencing major social change, which is causing radical politics here because the social change is making the political outcomes much more fragile and much more consequential, which is leading to support for political violence in the body politic itself. And
right, more than any other time since I moved to America in 1977, I feel like in the current age, or in the age of Trump, politics feels like a matter of life and death for a higher percentage of Americans than I remember in my previous nearly 50 years in this country.
I don't just mean by a few people under a rock in the fringe. I mean in what we normally call the mainstream. And that is what our opinion surveys show. And yes, the historical analog here to the 1960s is apt. The reasons are not the same, of course, but I just want to point out that the idea that social change would lead to significant political violence in a country is really common in the.
Hey, my friend Ricardo is here. He says, is Luke denying that Netanyahu killed Charlie? I'm saying there's absolutely no evidence for it, and that people would immediately spring to that as the explanation shows some distortion in their thinking. Ricardo says, love to see American politicians trying to pass laws revoking passports for citizens that criticize Israel. Yes, there is an excessive drive on behalf of Israel in American politics. American politics should primarily be about what's best for America. It should not primarily be on the basis of what's best for a foreign nation, such as Israel. The interests of different nation states will always have some conflict. So the priorities of Israel are never going to align perfectly with the priorities of the United States. But the evidence is overwhelming that the assassin of Charlie Kirk was motivated by his hatred for Charlie Kirk's view on transgenderism as a mental illness because the assassin was in an intimate relationship with his male to female transitioning roommate. Right? There's just simply no evidence that the assassination was done on behalf of Israel.
Study of political violence all around the world, which I've done for 30 years.
Right.
It's just the last 5 years I've had to focus on the United States because that's been the critical case.
So when you talk about social upheaval, does that mostly have to do with the economy? Is it mostly about things like trans issues or gay marriage? What's the upheaval?
And Ricardo says, does Israel need to claim responsibility for there to be evidence? No, what people claim means nothing. Right? People don't say what they mean. People don't mean what they say. So claims of responsibility don't really mean much. Israel ran a multi-year scheme to set up pager bombs. Yes, they did, against Hezbollah. That is not evidence that they had anything to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There is no evidence that we consider the FBI and its evidence as credible. The FBI does not have a history of getting everything 100% wrong. They are a flawed human institution, like every other flawed human institution. There is no institution that is 100% right. Right? The FBI has a decent track record. They have been more accurate and more excellent at times, and more inept and deceptive at other times.
Evil that people on the left and the right are reacting to.
Yeah, there's one big social change, and then there are some additional ones that are also significant. But let's talk about the big social change that is at issue. We are now transitioning, for the first time in our 250-year history, from a white majority democracy to a white minority democracy.
And I hear so many elites making this type of pronouncement, let alone regular people. And I notice so many people then basing their life direction on this pronouncement, and it's based on a lack of understanding of U.S. Census Bureau statistics. Right? People will make all sorts of pronouncements about things that they know very little about. Right? Most Hispanics in America consider themselves white. 95% of Jews in America consider themselves white. And this proclamation that, it's just obvious that we are heading to a country where Americans are white, just shows you don't understand how census data are compiled. Right, I am 1/16 Chinese. I could put on the U.S. Census data that I am part Asian and part Caucasian. I would be counted solely as Asian. Anyone of mixed race in U.S. Census data is counted purely as non-white. And when you get statistics, right, you need to ask, how closely related are they to reality, right? The map is not the territory. Sometimes the map is a very accurate reflection of territory, such as with murder, the rate of murders and the number of murders, right? Murders tend to get some precise accounting because they are regarded as so serious that we take care to accurately record the number of murders. Death certificates also receive precise accounting, but these proclamations based on U.S. Census Bureau statistics, right, only have a moderate amount to do with reality. And this guy with the greatest assurance, and this is true for so many of his pronouncements, right, just based on a lack of diligence. And I said to him in an email, how can anyone take you seriously when you clearly don't have a clue what you're talking about with regard to U.S. Census data?
For our entire 250-year history, although we've had different versions of whites in the population, we have been an overwhelmingly white majority country. Well, in 1990, just to give a number,
And Ricardo says, how is the FBI doing on Epstein? I don't know. Epstein had zero ties to any intelligence agencies. I don't know whether he did or not. And guess what? You don't know either. I wouldn't be shocked if he had ties. I wouldn't be shocked if he didn't have ties. Jews are only tactically white. It's only a game. Well, you have no evidence for that assertion. Jews feel more comfortable around white people than any other group in America outside their own group. Jews overwhelmingly identify as white and overwhelmingly choose to live in white areas. And when they marry out of the tribe, they overwhelmingly marry whites. Oh, hey, Ricardo wants to join. Yes, absolutely. Let me throw down a link. It would be great to talk to you. So here we go. Here we go. Yes, please, Ricardo, come on in.
We were 76% non-Hispanic white. Today, we are 57% non-Hispanic.
There are some government statistics that closely mirror reality. Then there are other government statistics like these statistics that only modestly mirror reality.
White. In the next 10 years, by 2035, maybe 2040, depending on deportations, we will then be 49% non-Hispanic white.
Let me stop you there, because we both know that race, unfortunately, is a long-running factor in societies.
Why is that unfortunate? Why do we want to regard people for whom race is an important part of their identity as unfortunate? Right? Why is it superior that your identity is primarily based on your love of Constitution, or love of some abstract principle, or love of civic virtue? Right? Why is one type of identity that's, say, ethereal and abstract, why is that inherently superior to having an identity that's based on your ancestry or on a concrete commitment to a concrete group of people? Right? I'm convert to Orthodox Judaism, but I'm not going to claim to you that that is just inherently a superior identity to every other identity out there. Right? There are people whose identity is primarily about their faith in Jesus. Other people, their identity is primarily about their commitment to science or to journalism or to their profession. And then other people primarily have an ethnic identity. Oh, my God, they have a racial identity. Why is that a bad thing? Why are we venerating the abstract, philosophical, civic identity over, say, a concrete ancestral identity?
Has any previous country gone from a majority white country to a minority white country?
Not quite in those terms, but countries like Lebanon, for example, countries like Yugoslavia. So we will find analogs to this social change that not in the identical way that our race structure and our ethnic structure looks, but we will find analogs to this. And for your readers, for your listeners, they may say, well, what is Professor Pape talking about? They should read some of the work by Donald Horowitz here.
If your group controlled your country or your institutions, why would you rejoice when an outgroup exerts more power and influence? Like, why would any group rejoice at a decrease in its power and influence? Why would any majority want to become a minority? Being a minority is difficult and painful and dangerous. So why would a majority group look forward to becoming a minority?
This is somebody writing about this as far back as the 1980s, not in the United States context, but this is the common.
And let's get Ricardo onto the show. Ricardo, what's going on, man?
Hey, good. So just to say from the start, I mean, I'm hoping we're optimizing for truth with this conversation, right?
Yes. Okay. I'll tell you what, I will confess to you when I'm unable to do that.
Okay. So here's the thing. There are elements of what happened that, to me, indicate that it goes beyond an individual shooter. Okay?
Yes, I agree. 100% agree.
And there's a couple things. Number one, the guy in the crowd. Why is there a guy in the crowd, with some that is, causes a distraction, allowing the guy to escape? Okay?
Yes.
That's number one. Number two, I mean, the shot is just perfect, and
yes.
That I just, people, everybody's like some, big gun nut, big dick gun nut on the internet wants to pretend like taking shots from 2 football fields away is like a piece of cake. I don't think so. Okay. Like, I've shot guns. It's harder than it looks.
Yes, I agree with everything you just said.
Okay. The FBI, is a secret police. They are a secret police force. Their job is to protect the regime. Okay?
I agree.
They have no credibility. I don't understand why Netanyahu needs to get on TV so quick. You know, I don't understand the media campaign to make sure everybody knows it wasn't them. You know, I see that Charlie Kirk. You know, Charlie Kirk career was made by. It's not a Jewish thing. This is strictly a Zionist thing, because there are absolutely Christian Zionists that backed him up. Okay, he was funded by Zionists. His organization exists because of Zionist money. Okay, Charlie Kirk has been an uncritical, what I would call a naive, like an unexamined, reflexive, evangelical supporter of Israel his entire life. And after October 7th, I mean, there are the clips. You could go look them up on Patrick Ben-David's show, where he goes, I've been to Israel. You can't go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with a M16. You know, how can this happen? It's like a prison at the border. How could this have happened? You know, and you know, you've got Ben Domenech at the time saying, like, the Republicans are going to have an anti-Semite problem with Charlie Kirk at the head of TPUSA. You know, while he's always been, like, he'll always return to the fact that he supports Israel. In recent days, like, you know, he had that debate. He experienced what many of us that have been on the internet have experienced, which is like even if you question, if anybody questions what Netanyahu wants to do, you're an anti-Semite. Okay, he goes on Megyn Kelly. He goes, "This shit's crazy, man." You know, like, I just want to ask a question. Like, I'm not allowed to, like, criticize Israeli. Like, to criticize Netanyahu is to be anti-Semitic. That's absurd. I'm an American. Like, I just had, you know, he's on the, you know, to me, he has became an unreliable supporter of Zionism. Okay, like, I think that is a fact. Okay, now, when it comes to these assassinations, short of the FBI coming out and saying, like, oh, we think a foreign government did this, you know, you're never going to have what you described as evidence. Okay, they have some evidence. Their evidence is bullshit. The guy drops the gun off in the woods. The scope's all fucked up. You know, I'm not a gun expert, so that, you know, you see these claims that, like, that Mauser can't be assembled and disassembled the way that they're claiming, like, on the roof in the woods, you know, because you never see the gun being carried up the stairs. Okay, if that's true? I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm sure that it's knowable. Okay, I haven't done the research. You know, that claim is out there. I just, I mean, I don't know how this is not, like, some sort of government hit job. Like, this is not a lone gunman. You know, Israel is a very well documented experts at assassination. They actually have a Wikipedia page. I'm looking at it right now. The list of Israeli assassinations. There's so many of them that they're organized by decade. Okay? This is what they do. Now, do they feel like their back's up against the wall? Like, you know, Israel, Zionists, they have a victim mindset. They feel that the world is against them. Okay? Everybody hates us. Therefore, anything is on the table. They, like, there is no moral line to cross. Like, everything is justified because I'm a victim. You know, this is the problem with victim mindset, okay? A black goes, I'm a victim of the system. I can go commit crimes. You know, people don't like me, therefore I can fucking bomb, you know, whomever. I can have my soldiers take pot shot. You know, dude, my reaction to the Charlie Kirk shooting, my first reaction, like, I didn't want to find that video. Like, I just heard he was dead. I went on Twitter, and within 30 seconds, the video's in my face. My first reaction was like, man, war is fucking crazy. Like, why does any of this political, like, what are we doing? Like, that's the most horrible thing I've ever seen. That guy squirting blood like that, like, if that was my son, or I mean, it's fucking crazy, okay? And the IDF, I mean, any soldiers in history, okay? But, like, right now, actively, the IDF are taking those kind of shots at, like, 4-year-olds. But, like, that's morally justified from Netanyahu's perspective. And right now, our fucking government is trying to pass laws to take away passports from U.S. citizens that, like, for criticizing Israel? What the fuck is going on? Marco Rubio and Mike Huckabee are sucking fucking cocks at the Wailing Wall right fucking now. What the fuck is going on? Who's in fucking charge? I know who's in fucking charge. And that's why that guy is fucking dead.
Okay, so I think we agree on some things, and obviously we disagree on other things. But let's find some areas of agreement. So, number one, we both expect every form of life to advance its own interests through whatever means they see as necessary, right? Whether it's pond scum or a tribe or an ideology, we both expect every group, every form of life to try to advance its own interests.
Sure.
Right? And so Israel tries to advance its own interests. And we all expect people who feel threatened to be more volatile and dangerous, right? If you back someone into a corner and you intimate that you're about to do something terrible to them, you rationally expect that their reaction will not be calm and moderate, right? When people feel threatened. Israel was attacked on October 7, and according to the conventional narrative, which I accept, that 1,200 of its citizens died, and therefore Israel felt backed into a corner, and so it's going to absolutely lash out. And so I expect Israel to act in its own interests, even if doing so would be regarded as immoral or against international law.
Absolutely. Agreed.
Right.
And
so
this is where I think that the motivation comes from. I think that, like, I here's what I would say. There are no qualms about taking actions within American politics to keep America supporting them. Okay, they buy politicians. They engage. They put people in place to engage in censorship of discourse. They, everything that's happened culturally since October 7th, like sort of the green lighting of racism, the Republican Party, the Party of Free Speech, justifies deportation of, foreign students based off anti-Semitism. These things all track with, like, these are all, the Zionist agenda is alive and well in American politics.
Okay.
And, right? When you agree,
yes.
like when you say that.
Yes, I would agree with that. So let me extend.
Do you think it's beyond, like, they kill people on, I mean, you could go through this list on Wikipedia, okay? Like, they have no problem killing people on Western soil. Like, why? So, like, you think it's possible that Israel would conduct an assassination against an American if they thought that was in Israel's best interest? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think it's possible, and I think I'm pretty well read on the topic. For example, I very carefully read the best known book on this topic. It's called "Rise and Kill First: The Secret History of Israel's Targeted Killing Programs." No other nation state has as an extensive history of targeted killing as Israel, and I think many of these killings were in Israel's best interest. Some of the killings were mistakes and absolute disasters. But there's a great 2018 book on this topic by a New York Times reporter. That's not it's not an Israel friendly book. It's not I don't think it's particularly anti-Israel either. It's pretty much down the middle, pointing out that many of these assassinations have been absolute disasters, and then other assassinations you could understand as possibly being in their own best interest. So, for example, after the Munich Olympic terror plot by Palestinians murdering various Israeli Olympic athletes. Like, it didn't bother me that Israel then, often with the tacit cooperation of Western governments, went all over Europe murdering anyone who had something to do with that assassination. So I'm fine with that. If Israel wants to go out and assassinate the leaders of Hamas, for example, wherever they are, even if they're in France.
Okay, so, but like, what about American citizens on American soil?
So I would be against that. I think that's a terrible idea, and I don't think that Israel would do that, not because it's immoral, but simply because it would be way too dangerous for their own best interests. I expect Israel, like Israel's enemies, to act in their own best interests. So, for example, Iran does not lead terror in the United States, right? Not because it has moral qualms about doing that, but it sees that that would be against their interests. At a certain level of hostility from the United States, then Iran would probably unleash terror cells in the U.S. But Iran, I think, rationally pursues its own interests, and I think Israel rationally pursues its own interests, and I think both nation states abstain from committing assassinations in the United States purely for reasons of their own self-interest, not because of morality.
Right, but like, you could imagine like a situation where, like, let's say 5 years from now, Nick Fuentes is leading in the polls and is about to become president of the United States. Okay, like, would it be, would all those concerns about like potential backlash not be outweighed by perhaps the immediate threat to their stranglehold?
I expect every form of life to optimize. Optimize its own interests.
There comes a point at which the Israelis government will do, like you said, the only state with a targeted killing program.
The most extensive targeted killing.
Yeah. So like, you could see where there could come a point where they decide it's in their interest to start killing. Now, as an American, I don't think it's acceptable for any country. This is not I don't like it when Jews kill my fellow Americans. Like, I don't want anybody. Like, if Palestinians or Saudis were flying planes into our buildings, like, that's not good. Like, those are my enemies. But, but like, why just this completely uncritical response to, that Jews might have done it, or even excuses for it. Like, I've talked to people that, make excuses like that they deserve to be able to do this, and I just can't get behind it. And I think that Israel, like, I have to be honest, like, I think that if Charlie Kirk was on the cusp of like, I don't know, becoming publicly known as anti-Zionist, the way like Candace Owens has, that he would sort of like be too obvious for him to be killed then at that point. And all evidence points to like Charlie was sort of right there. Like, maybe for most of his career he had been naive or never really thought critically about these questions. The Netanyahu's response to October 7th, like, caused him to start asking questions that brought into a new light the reality of his inability to like have a open mind about this topic. And that was taking him down a road that many people have gone down, and are increasing. I mean, I think this is a really bad, Ben Shapiro trying to like pick up the torch of a Christian organization, I mean, is a joke. I mean, it's so transparent what's going on, man. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, whether they're just being opportunists. Okay, maybe they're just being opportunists. Like, this trainee killed Charlie Kirk, and they're gonna move in and they're gonna like really make sure they sanitize and seize direct control of TPUSA. Maybe that's it. Maybe
okay, and what I think the most important question, if what you just said is true over the last 60 seconds, is why would Christians be so weak as to allow this?
Man, the masses are the masses. Like, propaganda works for a reason. Like, propaganda works on Jews. Big Jews propagandize little Jews, don't they? I mean, that's never happened.
They
right?
try, but I don't believe that propaganda works. I think it's a myth. I don't believe that we evolved to be gullible. So there's something wrong with Christians.
You only know, but you only know what you know. You know, I mean, I think that it's interesting because I was talking to a cousin of mine about this, and we were talking about, you know, that like in the 80s and 90s, there's definitely like, I would say the dominant strain of, you know, Jerry Falwellism, you know, evangelical, you know, Baptist, the Baptist view on Israel, like was in the mainstream. And the 80s and 90s are, I mean, that's sort of the last time, that's pre-internet. You know what I mean? That's mainstream media, like control of reality, perception of reality. Like, dude, before the internet, to get an alternative, you'd have to be listening to crank newsletters, man. I mean, I just think that most people don't think that hard about stuff. You know, most people are just carpenters and mechanics, and like, they just watch TV and they imbibe, you know, their reality is what they see on television, you know?
How good would the propaganda have to be for you to suck off a dog?
Dude, I don't know. People are convinced that they're tranny, like that people can go from man to woman. Yeah, it's like the bigger the lie, maybe like it's a harder sell. But look at different cultures. Like you have entire cultures that believe in like third spirit people, and you know, some societies like gays, like it's okay to like stick your wiener in someone's butt. Like, you know, I know the dog thing is, but there are people that do that. I mean, I don't know.
There's no propaganda.
I think it's sort of beyond the pale right now, but like, you know what? If there was a media campaign over 100 years, like if suddenly Angelina Jolie was sucking off dogs and like singing its praises in Cosmo magazine, I think you might see more of that.
Yeah, I agree with you. You might see more of it, but I don't think it would become something that most people did. So I don't think people get propagandized against their own interests. So when it comes to some abstract belief about spirits or Federal Reserve policy or what really happened to JFK, it doesn't have anything to do with your own vital interests. But when it comes to your own vital interests, you can't be propagandized.
But here's where I think, I mean, and I think like if we go back to September 11th, as like you know, there's kind of this false dichotomy. Like anytime I've ever criticized Israel to like a boomer GOP person, it's always like, what are you, some sort of Islamist? Like, oh, you support Islam? Like, don't you remember 9/11, right? And it's like, well, yeah, but it's a false dichotomy. Like, if I say I don't think American dollars and weapons and intelligence and should be involved in Israel's attacks on Gaza, that's not to say I support Hamas, okay? Only a sick fuck would support Hamas. Like, Islam is also, you know, is an enemy of the West, okay?
Right. Any normal Christian should feel abhorrence at non-Christian religions.
But that doesn't, well, but like, you know, Muslims, Hindus, you know, they're all outside of Christ. It's not like
exactly
right.
They're all
so here's what I'm saying. Like, so from the Christian perspective, it's all satanic.
All non-Christian religions are satanic. That's the normal, natural, healthy Christian reaction.
Right, but there's like the strain that has been promoted of, and look at all of our political leaders. Like it's you know, Ted Cruz tells Tucker Carlson like his number one priority getting elected to the Senate was to defend the Israeli people, and it's like, what are you talking about, man? You know, and then but he's just a liar. But I think people are waking up, man. This shit takes time. Like, I just can't, you know, I think that you're right. Like, to me, it is like Christian naivete. I think they don't, you know, their pastors.
It's weakness. You know, Christian pastors in particular are the weakest of the weak. They are pathetic.
Yes.
They are pathetic how they won't tell their congregations truth. They are just the biggest wimps because they fear not receiving any criticism from the mainstream media. So they're a bunch of wimps.
I couldn't agree more.
Now, here's something else that we agree on, even though we then take it in different ways. I believe that the United States' relationship with every foreign country should be primarily based on American self-interest.
I completely agree. I mean, to me, I'm just done with hyphenated America. It's like I don't have a problem with Jews. I have a problem with Jews who want me to care about Israel because they're Jews. Like, why are you here? Like, where do you want to be? Like, you want to be an American? Do you want to be like part of this? Then you have to forsake that. Okay.
Right.
Like, you want to be a Somali American, a whatever. If you want to put a hyphen in your name, you got to go. Wherever that other side of that hyphen is, you can go.
Right. So the more that you believe in a cohesive, united America, the more you should rationally, naturally, and healthfully hate pluralism.
Yes. 100%.
Because it contradicts. It's only in a pluralist society that you can have elite rule where the elites make coalitions with various segments of society. But in a united, cohesive America, you will not have elite rule. The people will rule. And that's what you want. You want a trusting, high trust, cohesive, united country. And pluralism and elite rule is the enemy of what you want.
100% agreed.
Right. I totally agree, too. And I want American foreign policy to promote American interests. And so here is one division between the Democrats and the Republicans with regard to Israel. So the Barack Obama administration and the Democrats in general, they see weakening America's alliance with Israel and forming more of a rapprochement with Iran is in America's best interests. And I recognize there are very strong arguments for that. Then the Republican perspective is American troops cannot be all around the globe. Instead, we need to focus on our greatest geostrategic rival, China, and instead we need to form alliances. We need to have allies in various important parts of the world and allow our allies to have weapons or whatever they need to dominate, because that's in America's interest. So the Republican perspective is that if we arm Israel and give Israel freedom, then America will have a representative and an ally in the Middle East, and American troops, therefore, won't have to be committed. And so that is the major division in perspective on the Middle East between the two major American political parties.
But see, I just see the thing about Israel is it's such a moralized situation. It's never that's rational
true.
argument.
That's true.
Well, but like, let's just say that like that let's say that's the real reason they do it. Okay, but that's not what they talk about. What they talk about is like this,
our greatest
Holocaustianity.
ally.
Yeah, it's like Holocaustianity. Our greatest ally. Whereas, like, I mean, I can't think of a single thing that Israel has actually done for the United States.
But why is it framed in moral terms? Because almost all Anglo-Saxon formerly dominated nations talk about foreign policy in moral terms. It's ridiculous, but it is characteristic of England, of the Anglo nature of Canada, the United States. It's always discussing foreign policy in these ludicrous moral terms when foreign policy should be conducted rigorously on the basis of self-interest. But it is an Anglo-Saxon strength and weakness of this vision that there is one morality that should operate in the world, while almost all the world outside of people of Northern European origins use dual morality. And it just is so silly to conduct foreign policy on moral terms.
I mean, I would agree that, like, in recent, I would say that, like, the Empire, the Empire, Anglo Empire, is conducted that way. I don't know the true, like, where that starts and what the origin of that might be. To say, like, is that an intrinsic part? I think it's part of manipulating people for an imperial agenda, and this is, like, part of the problem of the empire. And I just,
But forget Israel. American foreign policy is always talked about in this moralistic terminology, which is so silly from my perspective. But I'm just curious, do you believe that there's one morality that operates in the world and that we should not have a different morality for how we treat our groups?
I do. I'm a Christian. I just think that I don't think that American foreign policy is actually like advances Christian. Like there's nothing about what they do that, you know, there's nothing Christian about any of it. You know what I mean? Like I think
right, but it uses the rhetoric of Christianity, which is so hilarious.
Yeah, agreed. But it's like but this is the manipulation. This is the propaganda. I mean, you say it doesn't work. I mean, I think it absolutely does work. I mean, World War I, World War II. You know, I think propaganda is increasingly works less just because there's not, you know, one voice. Like there are multiple narratives now that compete, and I think that the multiple narratives like allow for the truth to emerge. I think that's how like the American consciousness has like increasingly become skeptical of these like moral claims around Israel. It's like why they're you know losing it. I mean, listen, man, Jonathan Greenblatt. I mean, there's audio I listened to of him talking about, you know, Israel has a generational problem. It's not left or right. Young people who've grown up on the internet do not support what Israel is doing vis-a-vis the Palestinians. Okay. And, you know, I think it's, you know, when it comes to the Charlie Kirk thing, they benefit an awful lot by taking somebody who's skeptical of what's going on in Gaza right now out of that position. Given that, I mean, Charlie Kirk has the army of right wingers. He has the political organization. You know, he has the presence on the campuses. He has the numbers. You know, the only guy that really rivals him is Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes would be dead if he left his house. By whom? I mean, who do you think?
I don't think that Israel would assassinate him. Not currently.
You think he's
it's just
too,
not
like
aligned. If incentives change, I don't think it's inevitable. The current incentives would align against any Israeli assassination of an American citizen. If incentives change, then all bets are off.
Yeah, I think Doovid's waiting in the wings. By the way.
Okay, but what I never thought about Charlie Kirk. How about you? Did you think about Charlie Kirk much prior to his assassination?
I mean, I think I had sort of moved beyond. To me, he's like a what's the word? Like he's a popularizer. Like he's like you know, he's 8 years younger than me. He it was a MAGA operative that was, you know, just mainstream GOP and sort of, I mean, I didn't, you know, anything he's too milquetoast or had been, you know.
How did the assassination affect you? Because I didn't think about him either prior to the assassination, but once it happened, it really shook me up.
Oh, I mean, I felt, I had like I physically reacted to that video.
Yeah.
The images I have a 3-year-old daughter that looks just like his daughter. I mean, the pigtails, the southern, you know, the typical Republican preschool girl outfits. I mean, you know, it hits hard. And, you know, and like I said, I feel strongly in my gut that he was killed by some sort of governmental organization. Like there is a layer to why he was killed that goes beyond what they're talking about on television. You know,
well, yeah.
My first suspect is the government with the biggest targeted killing program. Okay, just because they seem to do things like this, but could it be someone else? Who knows?
Okay,
Rush, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, Dooovid, what did you want to add?
Yeah, man. Unfortunately, like I'm going to be far to the right on both of you on this because, like, I'm still libertarian, and like, as sad and unfortunate as Charlie Kirk's death might be, that is the price of freedom. The only thing that prevents a person from harming another person is the instant fear of death that a bullet causes. And when you go out in public and say bad things about another group, you risk being killed. And that's America. God bless America, because we don't have a preventative system. And if you run your mouth and you get killed, God bless America. That's the way it's meant to be. But I'm saying that's the, like, why is that not, like, isn't that the response to all the school shootings? Everything. I'm saying, like, okay, tragic, but I'm saying Charlie Kirk's death is the price of freedom.
Well, so then, so I guess what you're saying is that right-wing death squads need to, like, respond in kind to, like, left-wing activists. That, like,
to be extremely careful with what you do. And the reason you have to be extremely careful with what you do is because your neighbor has a gun. And if you make them upset enough, they could kill you, and they're not going to be stopped. They might be punished after they do it. And that's what stops you and causes you to be extremely cautious in your actions. Because without that fear of instant death, you will not be careful in your actions. And that's how America was founded. And it's funny because, like you say, like, you and Luke are preaching liberal bullshit. Like, bro, okay, because now you're scared. But, like, do you own a weapon? Could you have done what this person did? Like, you have money, you have a gun.
Oh, could I take that shot? No,
you couldn't.
No, I don't think so. But I think I would have to I think I would have to be practicing consistently to do something like that.
But there's probably 100,000 people across America
that could take those shots. Sure,
that shot, and it's saying, like, that's why you can't take over America, because there's millions of people. Like, it's saying, like, even blacks and Arabs. It's like Dearborn or like the Yemeni neighborhood. Like they own guns, and their protection. Like, we know you don't like us, and the reason you don't mess with us is because you fear death, and everything feels like that. Like, that's America. That's the old comment. Like, would you want to be on a subway ride where every single person had guns? And like that, like back in the 80s, it was, it'd probably be the politest ride ever.
But see, the thing that constrains what you're talking about, Dooovid, is that, someone upsets you, like you say something that's offensive, you risk people taking violence against you. But most people, I think, know that, or like, there's really very few things in this world that people are willing to, like, go take it. Like, you go shoot somebody, you expect to be shot, I would say, right? Like, someone says something mean, the guy shoots him, the guy expects to be shot back. Like, an assassin, you go shoot up the school, you're not making it out.
Yeah, or caught and punished after. They're saying, like, this.
Right. Like, there's, like, is it worth it? This guy upset me, I want to kill him. So essentially, like, the random act of violence, or the response in violence is restricted to those who are completely unhinged. Or, or what we see here, which is like, basically, if you want to resist Zionism and get too big, like, that the Israeli government has a program meant to make sure that, you don't make it.
No, I mean, because you're all these conspiracies in this point is missing classic check. The only true check on power is the instant fear of death that a bullet provides. There is no other check on power.
What about a blog post?
Well, I mean, that's a little bit. I'm saying, like, that is the American system. Like, if you're going to reject that, and you're saying, okay, I'm still libertarian. Like, I'm still defending the Second Amendment, like it was being defended in the 80s, and like this doesn't change anything. But like you and Brundley, like, no, this changes things. I would have been saying what you were saying, the last time, but like this changes things. And
so, who do you think killed him?
I don't think
just a lone gunman. You're doing a lone gunman thesis.
Well, I'm not. I'll follow the news, but like I could see, like, yes, I think that the lesson of this is how easy it is to kill somebody, like, and the power of guns. People don't realize that, like, yes, like if you had $2,000 in a few months training, you probably could have done that too. And it's actually not that complicated to kill somebody like that. And so the question is, like, well, what are you going to do? Like, I don't want to die. So you have to check your actions. You have to be extremely careful. And so all these people aren't extremely. It's like, okay, making fun of trans people, like saying, well, if you're making fun of trans people, you're trying to take their rights away from you does it make sense that one of them might risk their life trying to kill you? And the system should not protect you. If one of them chooses to risk their life to attack you, it is.
Hold on. Well, that's now that right there, that statement is like, listen, I get that on some level. Yeah, you do things, you walk into a room of blacks and drop the N-bomb. You know how these people are. Like, the evidence is that you were risking your physical safety. Okay. But there is an expectation that there is a law that says you said words, the person who does violence is going to be punished in some way. And so when you say like, oh, you insulted trans, they killed you, the government shouldn't do anything about that is ridiculous.
I mean, they could, they could put to death. All they could do is punish the guy who did it. And you say, oh, it's conspiracy. I think Israel did it. I think, and you're saying, okay, probably there was discord. There probably are conspiracies that we're not going to get behind because there probably were computer anonymous people that pushed this guy along and they recruited. And I've been talking about that. Like, I did a stream on Dexter Resurrection and the Serial Killer Club. And I was saying, like, they're revealing secrets because that stuff actually exists.
I mean, dude, you engage on these internet debates. Like, the people that have ended up in our DMs and make like veiled little threats. Okay. Like there's operatives everywhere pushing buttons. Okay. For agendas.
Well, I mean, to recruit somebody to do this. So he's saying, like, there has to be some, like, you have to be pretty talented to take that shot. And he's saying, like, that's almost like military grade. Like, I mean, it'd be interesting if President Trump, like, I could see someone on the alt-right or even President, I love Charlie Kirk, like, are the devil, you killed that guy. But that was so awesome that I'm recruiting you to be special services for the USA. I mean, like, come on, dude. A single dude went into a crowd, took somebody out, and escaped. And God forbid, even though it was Charlie Kirk, like, we got to recruit that guy.
I don't think the skill is that special. I mean, I'm sure there are hundreds of thousands of Americans who could have taken that shot. So I don't think they'll be recruited. But yes, an armed society is a polite society. And it's the fear of this type of violent retribution that does act as a check on people's normal rhetoric, right? Because we're such a divided nation that there are so many other groups that wherever you stand, there are so many other groups that seem satanic to you. But the normal average person with something to lose does not speak out recklessly against outgroups. And what's new here in the last few months is this public celebration of assassinations by highly educated people in fairly prestigious positions. That, to me, is new. I don't recall this before in American history.
Yeah. And I mean, I'll say, like, when I saw the Charlie Kirk thing, I mean, my first response is not, oh, we need to, like, revenge is not my first thought. My first thought is like, how can we stop this? Because, like, the CEO, I mean, I don't know that I cared that much when the CEO got killed of United Healthcare, but the fact is like, it was such a graphic video of like what it means to like take somebody's life that I really have no interest in that continuing, and the people that would like,
you're weak.
No, but I'm saying the people that like the cynical. Listen, it's the cynical people who want to like blame the left and demonize the trannies.
One guy got killed, and you're running like a coward.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'm saying that like the people, the voices on the internet that are revving up this like right versus left thing. There are people pushing to tear us apart when I'm telling you this shit is coming from the outside. It is coming from the outside. Like, it is outside American culture putting us like at each other's throats that has caused this. This guy might be some trainee activist that was enabled in this position. That guy in the crowd. Who is the guy in the crowd? Did he know? Who is Zinn is his last name.
I mean, there might be a conspiracy, and you're saying that I don't even think that necessarily makes sense, because if like let's say there is some like elitist billionaire, and it could be anybody, it could be Israel, it could be China, it could be Bilderberg.
Sure.
There was some, that they were able to basically they just recruit deranged people and have them do the killing for them, and then it just never gets traced back. And you look at the other assassinations, so you just have some person that was obviously recruited and programmed to do it, and there's no trace other than just some relatively normal white dude.
Yeah.
And we're probably going to be left like that. So you could have the conspiracy theories going, but like to Luke's point about people were saying like it's as bad as the 60s, but I saw like a write-up, I'd have to look up the numbers, it's actually far worse than the 60s, but it's still only like a third of what it was around the Civil War. And I think even the points you're making, like, yes, like we are hitting the brink point of like America. Like if you want to put the racial, the demographic, it's going past the level of change, and there is the level of like half the people that are just I'm willing to go with it. I'm accepting, like they're part of the union, the multicultural center that's going to go with however it goes, and like you're still fighting the battle of the South to some extent in terms of like no, we're gonna, and it could be like a civil war, literally. Like the assassinations are just saying like if you stand up as a leader and try to say what you're saying, you will be killed. And the reason why people are trying to stand up and say what they're saying is because that's what the people want them to say. Because in essence, like that's why I've been arguing for years on multicultural and immigration. The first time we talked almost 10 years ago, I said zero-sum battle.
Yes.
And losing the battle. And at some point, your only choice is to stand up and fight where you will likely be killed, or to accept and just assimilate to the side that you lost to.
Listen, I've got to run, but what I want to just lead this with is like, there's just no way. I see all these forces like fighting over the legacy and the moral legitimacy of Charlie Kirk's assassination. And it just really makes me sick. This is not a Cassis, this is not mean, like Netanyahu wants to tie this to, Islamist terror. That's fucking sick. Fuck him for like trying to turn this into like what Republicans really need to do is oppose Palestine. Okay. The blame the left. Oh, this is the Democrats is simplistic and stupid. Okay. And I assume you guys like saw the speech that his wife gave. I mean, I found that extremely powerful. I've never considered a woman speaking in public to be emotionally moving. That moved me. And I could tell you this, she doesn't think it was one lone gunman. She used a lot of theys and thems. Okay. And that's not, I'm not putting that in triple parentheses. I'm just telling you, the woman who probably knows the threats against Charlie's business and person that he received over the years does not think that this is just one lone person.
Before you go, just what does it say that one guy got killed, like God forbid a tragedy, and the people in the movement are whining, as opposed to say Iran, the Houthis, where their whole leadership has been decapitated multiple times.
Yeah,
they're still getting up. And they openly say, like, yes, I will die for this. Like, people will die to destroy Israel. Like, at least...
I don't think this is over. Listen, I mean, I think that...
Are you saying this is open wine? Like, okay, like, you're going to... He was just killed. It's horrible. You get a week or so to cope in wine and to grieve. And then you're going to figure it out after that.
I think it's like that. I think that people are going to be stronger. I think that the truth will get out there. Yes, some people will buy the official line. I think that this is on net is going to backfire in Israel's face. I mean, that's truly what I think. I mean, I don't know it. I'm not going to sit here and say I absolutely know who did this, but I really feel like I do, and I really feel like this is going to blow back on them.
The rationality, even if
I think that we shall see. I think the crux is going to be things like who exactly like takes control of TPUSA.
Yeah, your inability to say, I don't know, like we'll follow the evidence as it goes. And even if you're going to say, like, I've came to learned that, like, I hate Israel, I'm against Israel, I distrust them in anything. But to just lose rationality to be like, I know Israel's behind this, even though at the point there's been...
It's not irrational. I'm saying, here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Like, the simplest, Occam's razor, I actually think that government hit, like, some sort of organized hit job is more reasonable explanation than lone trainee adjacent gunman. I think that. Like, I think 100% that that's true. Who did it?
What about this simple angle as just like, there are tens of millions of people who hate this guy, and he just wants to be a hero. The same thing with
No, because of the way it went down. Because of the way it went down, man. I just don't.
Even though he knows he's going to be caught and killed, like he's analyzing.
Listen, it's like the Trump shooter. The Trump shooter was not what they said it was. That you're telling me the Secret Service can't fucking, like, they left that fucking roof open. They left that roof open. And I truly don't even think Trump was hit by a bullet.
That kind of protection. Like, this is America. Like,
it's bullshit. I'm saying
no person deserves that kind of protection. If you're so messed up, you need that kind of protection. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's bullshit. Dude, we protect political leaders because, like, there's always the other side of the aisle that hates them.
That's like, no, we didn't used to.
I mean, they hated, dude, they hated Jesus. Jesus was killed by a mob. Hey, Jesus was killed. What did Jesus do to anybody? Jesus didn't do anything to anybody negative. People still hated him. People still hated Jesus.
Like
the world hates God's kingdom, okay?
Hates wimps like you, who can't just say, like, at least symbolize what it means to be a man, and that's the type man you would like to follow.
I do think that ultimately my respect for Charlie Kirk upon his death, I feel that I unfairly judged him in life, and that he really is a true role model. Like, Charlie Kirk was a good man. He got killed. You know, you say he stirs up whatever. Demons hate being told that they're evil. Okay, demons hate it. If demons hated him, you know,
Rundle, you just have crap. Even Jews, like, when you're martyred, you automatically go to heaven. Like according to, like, Jewish theology, like, every Jewish victim of the Holocaust went to heaven. It does not mean that they were angels during their life. Like, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but I think Charlie Kirk is. I don't think there's any evidence that Charlie Kirk was a bad man.
Like, everything he did, like, becoming, like, if you get killed for your beliefs, you go straight to heaven, even if you weren't a good person.
Yeah, but I mean, you like, imply that he was, like, a bad guy for, like, saying things just because people don't want to hear the truth. Just because people don't want to hear the truth doesn't make him a bad man for speaking the truth. Yes, did he pay with his life on some level? Yeah, he did. You know what? Frankly, more people, like, maybe we're all being pussies, and maybe that's actually the lesson of Charlie Kirk is, like, you know what? We just have to stand up for the truth, and that's the only way to really have change. And if that means some people will get martyred or killed in the process, then, like, we should live without fear, because there is, like, eternal life for those who speak the truth. So anyway, I got to go. Listen, I just want to say, you know, I know we don't agree on everything, but I love you both, and it was good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you, man. Yeah, thanks, Ricardo. And Dooovid, what do you think is the significance of the Charlie Kirk assassination?
Just a sign of the times. Like, I was not surprised at all. In fact, I'm surprised. Like, God forbid, it's not happening more. And I actually started saying this during COVID-19. I said it on your show multiple times that, like, I think the real trigger of this was the million excess deaths during COVID-19 or whatever that somewhat changed the risk reward calculation of life, because it was the first time in the West, the comfortable period of humanity where people were basically theoretically dying for nothing. Maybe if you look back at COVID-19, like, actually very few people died for nothing, and almost all the people who died were elderly or people with pre-existing conditions, but there probably were a number of, like, relatively healthy people. And even if it turns out that it wasn't relatively healthy people, it just changed the risk reward calculation of life to now you can't really say, like, play it safe, like you were saying, like the old school defense, like, you need these fear mechanisms to control your behavior. But the basic, like, play it right, play it safe by the system, and just that you'll be able to reproduce, like with all the focus on the incels, but like, I would just like, I mean, you would probably agree with me, just put it in, like, besides for like, okay, the failure to like make a living or reach stature, but saying like the high number of people that just simply fail to reproduce, which appeared to have been so much easier in previous times, and this cheaper value of life, where just like, you know, now it's becoming like, well, you know, people die from random things at a higher rate than they used to. And so that changes the calculation of, you know, maybe even just some random shooter. And, you know, like if there's conspiracy or people behind the scenes, but no, I think it is likely that we're going to see continued more and more lone wolves. And because it's hard to organize, you can't organize without getting caught. But if America doesn't change the system, like you still could get a gun and you still could relatively kill even a famous person if you're willing to give up your own life doing it. And, you know, that becomes like, because I'm a universal humanist, and I would say like you know, like Maslow's hierarchy. So basically like it's the white privilege, and as wealth and safety decreases, like it'll be more and more common to see white people acting in the same way like Muslims and you know, suicide bombers and these type things, because it's simply like a human calculation. And the reason why people don't do it is the safety security net. And there might be some like you know, racial realism to various factors, but I think it's you know, that generally would be my conclusive view on these things. So it just has to be universal human nature. This is a sign of the times where the risk reward calculation for, you know, God forbid, someone like me, someone like you, who never would have done something like this because we still hope to reproduce. But like, had we been that age and just known like we're never going to reproduce no matter what we do, like me or you, maybe we could have been the person who had done that. And I don't know if you know, you would look at yourself that coldly and say like, you know, if you had grown up in this time and looked at it and was like, no matter what I'm doing, I'm just not going to be able to reproduce. Like, F it, let me go out with a bang.
Right. I understand the human yearning to be heroic because I experience it myself, and I also understand the human propensity to have a vast overestimation of your own heroism. And a friend brought me down to earth when he remarked over 20 years ago, if you were half as heroic as you think you are, you'd be dead by now. All right, you would have been taken out. And so pretty much every man wants to be a hero, but virtually nobody wants to pay the price of heroism, which is you've placed yourself at great risk, great peril.
But the rabbi who recruited me when I was young, one of his favorite statements was, small things make big people. So that's the illusion, because like, okay, like this, not, you know, not anybody could have done what this guy could have done, but like just to do one heroic act in the sense of killing somebody that a lot of people don't like. And you could even like charge up like anti-Semitism. It's like, well, you know, there's a lot of penalties, but like a lot of people don't like the Jews. And like, if I beat up a Jew or harm a Jew, God forbid, you know, I'll probably be able to brag my friends, you know, maybe I'll get laid. And, you know, whatever that sense is, like, it's just the human nature of, no, like, I don't think this guy wanted to be heroic. Like, I think this guy wanted to reproduce. And that's the essential motive. And the desire to be heroic was just like, well, what how could this, you know, he's looking at it like in this age, like, how's he going to reproduce? And he's like, you know, and he, in his own mind, he's like, I need to do something heroic to reproduce. And like, and relatively, like, to some extent, like Kyle Rittenhouse, who somehow got, you know, is a hero despite not being a hero personality, because, like, you know, or even the post-apocalyptical, where you have the Christbrook shooter or the Norway, where they both, you kind of have this belief system like society's about to collapse and a new society will form that will take these people out of prison, and you worship them as heroes. And you also have like the factor that there is a certain sexual lure to killers, to serial killers, and kind of the unspoken, you know, word that, like, I've always, you know, like, you always get immediately shushed, but like there's no bigger connection relatively from what I've seen between promiscuity and anything else other than violence. Like, you know, the way to get women to sleep with you is to beat up people they don't like. I mean, there's other ways that are other productive, but I'm saying, like, the often the thing that will, you know, get the woman to decide to, you know, give you the sexual relations, I would say on the hierarchy of those is violence against a male that they don't like. And, like from the evolutionary perspective, I think that, that's the accuracy and the sense where you could make yourself viable and taking out your competition or whatever a certain respect. But like, I'm trying to read like a greater sign that I think it's not surprising that this happened. It might happen more. And I'm looking at myself, like, God forbid, because I'm a universal humanist, to say like, well, how could I have landed up in that situation? How could circumstances have caused? I'd rather be reading like biographies of famous, good people. But at least I keep my mind open to imagine, like, well, is there something that could have happened to me that would have caused me to act the same way that that person did?
Right. The sexual urge for young men is about the strongest urge, and it does warp many young men. It just takes over their life. It's fire, and it can absolutely consume, and so people get turned upside down by their sexual desires, and to want to prove your value. So for me, when I think about it, my urge to be heroic is definitely among my top 3 strongest urges over the course of my life. How about for you?
Yeah, I would definitely say so. Like, I have even like a messiah complex, at least in my own mind sometimes. But it's also a luxury. Although, like you, like I also, like relatively homeless, like slept in my car, different things, because I wanted to be a hero. Like, I didn't want to be confounded by the things that hold up your average person in terms of becoming a hero, which is like having to work and like having to support a family. So probably like me or you probably could have fallen into mundane family life, but you would have had to give up on being a hero because you would have just had to go to work to support your family and wouldn't have had the time. So that might have been a factor. But I don't know if your messiah complex, if you're too much into Judaism, your heroic complex, because I'm still anti-Zionist, and I say like common because you think like African Americans or Muslims or internationally, like the easiest way to be a hero is violence to someone that people don't like. So like relative, like Andrew Tate, the Orthodox Jew, like it's very difficult to be a hero. It takes consistent work over your whole lifetime, and it could be destroyed by one anticlimactic moment. Like really, as an Orthodox Jew, you can't really become a hero, or like even if there was some like circumstance like that guy who like threw a table at the like the slasher on Hanukkah, they don't really have that hero culture. The hero culture is the guy who is consistent. Like, I mean, even if he's a donor or a nice guy or, in religious things, but like the hero in Orthodox Judaism has to be melted out with consistency, not one-term actions. It's like, oh, let me tell you one story about my rabbi. It's like, no, if your rabbi's your rabbi, you have to have like one story that's symbolic of 100 other stories. And, so that's the fallacy that you could do one thing that will make you a hero. And it's the biggest fallacy because regularly, like, what's the one thing that anybody could do to make them a hero, at least in their own mind? That's by killing somebody, God forbid.
So how has this assassination changed you? How do you think that your life will be different, if at all, because of this assassination?
I mean, maybe I'll go back to streaming because people will be too scared to, generally, like, I said, like, when me and you were working together at Brundle talking to the alt-right, and you had the really big, audiences and everybody was online, really what killed it was the switch to IRL. Nicholas Fuentes and even the JDL and, all these various things left Richard Spencer in the dust because they were, like, meeting and running candidates and forming networks. And that kind of destroyed the scene, and there wasn't really much use to talk to me anymore. Like Keith Wood spoke to me, that was over a year ago, but like just to hear like what some intellectual, like what some independent Jewish scholar is going to answer their questions, it's like, well, people basically already know that stuff already. So like, I don't know if he's like Adam King or something, like these debates, like people want someone who actually represents Jews, and I might, honestly answer questions or have good answers in terms of does it say this, does it not say this, but I don't represent Jews, and so I'm not interesting. So the only possible shift that would make a difference to me would be that if people are so scared of getting killed that like people start watching us stream again.
Now, I think we both agree that those who immediately jump to the conclusion that Israel was behind this assassination, that this is reflection of somewhat broken and distorted thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's complete delusion because, like, you're at the point where basically Israel has to control everything. And you said, like, Israel has a lot of power. And it's like have basically became completely anti-Israel. And I would say Israel has enough power to control U.S. foreign policy. They don't need to assassinate Charlie Kirk to control U.S. foreign policy. It's even like I was listening to Michael Tracy, and I'd basically been saying the same thing as him the whole time about Jeffrey Epstein. But like he's basically like there is no Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy. It was just one dude who was a pervert, and actually he was only like a pervert over like a 3 or 4 year period, and it was a horrible crime. But there is no like conspiracy. There is no like club of pedophiles connected like to Epstein. He was basically, but to some extent, like. I might agree with him, but like I am completely anti-Israel in terms of like pushing America to go to this unnecessary war. And like I said, just through donors and AIPAC and the normal means that we've talked about in the past, that's completely enough to control U.S. foreign policy. There's no like Q bono analysis that doesn't devolve into lunacy around Israel assassinating Charlie Kirk.
So I'm actually struck by the relatively muted and restrained news media reaction to Charlie Kirk. I think that if he'd been assassinated a year ago, there would be more harsh denunciations of Charlie Kirk. So I think that America and its culture has changed during this Trump administration, and the news media is making a little bit more of an effort to understand Trump supporters. What do you think?
I think people are just scared, and as where they used to have rhetoric where they're willing to say anything to win elections and gain back power. At this point, like the decline of America is pretty clear, and probably no one has the answer. My guess is that at least in government, like maybe like the Silicon Valley or like a handful of like Peter Thiel or something, like if someone has the answer to what happened, it's going to be like some deep computer guy, and it's probably like a billionaire that's not sharing it with the government. So there's probably just a legitimate, we have no idea who did it. It's very likely it could have been like a foreign agent from Russia or China, but it's just a complete dead end. So just like the clarity where like, oh, I know who did it. It was Israel, versus just saying like America has declined and it could have been anybody. And we don't have the power to figure it out, unfortunately. And that I think is hitting in. And also like, you remember when liberals used to give the answer that like, if they were black, they would have shot them. Like my liberal guys. Yeah. And I was like, no, they wouldn't have. But like, as you're a white liberal, that gives you some sort of safety. Like you're fighting racism, and the racism is so much that a black cop, a white, like some cop is going to shoot like a black guy just for talking to you. But it's then like, actually, that's not the case. Like the police aren't going to help you. And like, God forbid, like if a black person does a crime to you, they're probably actually going to get away with it. But like in the liberals' mind, that false belief that like cops just shoot black people is actually a protection mechanism that makes them feel safer. But like as these things are fading away, where it's just like a random world where people get killed, I think the fear is going to hit it. And the unfortunate part also is like, I mean, thinking like looking in the mirror, like me and you, is there's a martyr culture which started. Maybe it was like saying like the benefit of being a psychopath, if you want to say like, or some sort of condition of the autist, or various things where normally we would have been excluded from culture, but now in the state of fear, it's actually only the these people with psychological conditions that could somewhat rationally analyze and act in what's going on, is where other people just function in fear. Where like you were supposed to, in American, like Anglo, Jewish, Islamic lore, like basically accept martyrdom upon entering a position of leadership. I don't know if you've been to like Muslim ceremonies, but they actually like have some like line that they say like before a speaker gets up that is like basically like all hail to the martyrs. And that's generally the critics, we argued about this because you were on the side of Israel, but the critics of Israel's strategy was like, no, you can kill as many of the leadership as you want. They're just going to keep on replacing them. And like, not to say these guys don't fear death, but like they have a much more realistic view that they're going into a job where the likely outcome is martyrdom, and they have a culture that actually, so like if you're on the losing side of a battle, like, okay, like you're still a blue-eyed man, and like, okay, like, but relatively you've been on the winning side of the battle your whole life. Like maybe you guys have taken some hits, but like if you're on the losing side who's constantly taking hits, it makes more sense, even you think like Orthodox Jews, to take a culture of martyrdom. And you might see white people switch to that, or American society where like, yes, we have like these regular martyrs and people come together to like, and that would be interesting as like a cultural shift that we might see change in America.
Okay, I want to move on. So thanks for coming on the show. Talk to you later, man.
Yeah, God bless.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay. There are a couple of things that I want to play before I wrap up. This is Glenn Beck talking to Megyn Kelly.
Every single tool at our disposal that is constitutional should be employed. And people who are breaking the law, people who are trying to overthrow, people who are trying to influence, to overthrow, or to get people to kill, they must pay a price by law. Not from us, not through violence. They must be arrested and stopped. George Soros, at the very least, his NGO should be banned from doing business in the United States. He's banned in several countries. I don't know why everybody else knows that he's a threat. We know he's a threat, but we'll do nothing about his NGOs here. We'll just let them operate. We'll let all of these NGOs take all of this money and infect our DAs, our district attorneys, our attorney generals. We'll just let them go in and undercover at night. Just, did you see about the Ray? It's not the Ray. Oh, I had it in our show prep today. I talked about it. The first time I had ever heard of it. It's an old Soviet group that tried to do things during the Soviet era that is still around, and now they are in charge of do. We need to have our FBI and our DOJ go follow the money and take the people down that are funding all of this stuff. Because this is not just crazy people on the streets. This is coordinated. This is planned. This is a color revolution.
I can't help but feel that, like, the left went crazy. They drove the country crazy on the trans thing and on the race thing, to name two. But those are two huge ones over the past 5-10 years. They took us to a truly, deeply insane place. And it took the right half of the country to rise up over the course of years to say, no, this is immoral. It's evil what you're doing, dividing us by race and transing children, cutting off healthy body parts, sterilizing minors. This is fucking insane and evil. And Charlie's been a part of that counter messaging. And now Trump, who's the avatar of the whole counter message, Charlie, who's like a mini Trump. I mean, there's no daylight between them. Even when, people got mad at Trump over Epstein, Charlie had Trump's back. There's no daylight between those two. He's a diehard fan, supporter, loyal to the core towards Trump.
But he's also,
as close as you can get to Trump.
You were right when you said he's also the future. Charlie is...
Yes,
Charlie
more than...
God.
Because, can I just say something? Yes, because I was thinking about this, and God bless the Trump children. I pray for them every night. We don't want anything to happen to them. But at least the Trump children have security. They have Secret Service. But and with all due respect to them and their important voice in the national conversation, they don't have the same role as Charlie. Charlie is more important politically. He's young, and he's organized, and he's powerful in his own right.
My security chief called me when this happened, And obviously our security, and I hope your security people have changed their position as of today. But he called me and I said, look at this video. Look at this is insane. And too many people in our position do not take security seriously. Finally, Ben Shapiro, I saw him. Finally, he's got serious security. But, I've seen Charlie engaged in things where I'm like, Charlie, where's your security? I've talked to him a million times. Where is your security, Charlie? You have to take these things seriously now. And I know I've called you at times, Megyn, when you would flared up and I'm like, got security, you need anything,
Yep.
Nobody takes it seriously. I hope our side begins to take this seriously because
Glenn, he had security. Of course, he had security. But as a news person or a commentator, or in Charlie's case, also a political organizer, you don't travel with presidential level security. You don't have sharpshooters clearing the buildings.
No, but you don't set things up. We shouldn't talk about this on the air, but trust me, I've been doing this for a long time. There are things that you do have to do, and it didn't appear to have those things happening there with Charlie. And Charlie is in this world now. If you are making a difference, you are going to be a target. Period.
And this is Ben Shapiro talking to Bari Weiss.
Kids who are 3 and 1 in the past tense. Charlie is one of the most energetic, alive people that I've ever met in my life. And that was one of the reasons that I knew that he was going to be incredibly successful at what he chose to do, is because that energy never flagged until the minute a bullet took it from him.
So you sort of thought that his ceiling was going to be the head of the RNC, but he became so much more than that. For people, and it's funny, we live in such a balkanized world. I was at an event last night and some people there were sad that a person had been killed, a father had been killed, but they really had little idea of who Charlie Kirk was and what he meant to people and what he meant to young conservatives in the movement that you both share. Can you explain sort of what Turning Point USA is and who Charlie Kirk was, what he meant to so many young people?
So, when I said he was he'd be the head of the RNC, again, that was 13 years ago when the RNC actually meant something. And the RNC has basically withered as an institution, and it was basically replaced by TPUSA. TPUSA is what the RNC kind of once was. It's a gigantic get-out-the-vote machine that's largely responsible for President Trump's massive uptick in the last election cycle. With young people, it's a huge social media machine. Charlie was extremely popular and famous with young people, specifically because of the things he was doing on college campuses. All these clips that are blanketing social media today, but that a lot of us on the right have, of course, seen for years, of Charlie debating people, going out into crowds and actually meeting people. His events were enormous and are enormous. If you ever go to a TPUSA event, you're talking now, the big events, these gigantic weekends, like 15, 20,000 people at these events. Charlie he turned himself into a rock star. And again, that was an awkward fit for Charlie at the beginning. If you look at what he was trying to do with TPUSA, he was trying to find people who were sort of naturally charismatic and great on TV and put those people in front of crowds that he would build. And then eventually he realized that he really needed to do it himself. And so he, I think, has an enormous following, probably the biggest following among people below the age of 30 on the right and maybe in the center of the country, specifically because of his fluency with social media, his ability to actually have these tete-a-tetes with people in person, and his ability to get out of crowd. There's a reason 3,000 people showed up in the middle of a day, in a weekday, in Utah to see Charlie just talk to people in a conversation that was going to be caught on camera. That was the setting that he was in the middle of when an evil monster shot him in the neck and killed him.
We're going to get to that evil monster in a second and what we know so far. I want to talk a little bit about the broader context in which this has happened, because, this has been one of the darkest weeks that I can remember. I feel a level of sadness that I'm not used to feeling, not just because of the murder of Charlie Kirk, but also because of the story of Irina out of Charlotte and what happened on that light rail train when she was stabbed in the neck. And there's just this feeling of sort of rising tide of darkness. And here's how you put it. A wave of violence is building from the assassination of Charlie Kirk to the attempted shooting of President Trump, from the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson to the slaying of 2 Israeli embassy staffers. All of these acts of extreme violence have found support in the dark precincts of political radicals. The temperature in our country has steadily been rising, you write, and it's been rising because many people have determined that their political opponents are not just opponents, but enemies, threats to their very existence. That determination by fringe actors is often reinforced in the online spaces that prize virality and mirror emotional excess, and then it breaks free from the world of the online into real life with bloody and horrific consequences. Last part. Yes, that phenomenon crosses the political aisle, but to pretend that the phenomenon is distributed equally would be a mistake. Pick it up from there. Why would that be a mistake? Tell us about what we know. The shooter is still at large in the case of Charlie Kirk, but they've picked up some ammunition that indicates his ideology.
So, I mean, first of all, I think that regardless of who the shooter is, the reaction online tells a large part of the story. The death of Charlie Kirk was met by most mainstream political actors with horror, obviously, as it should be. But on Blue Sky, obviously there's tremendous celebration of Charlie's death. On TikTok, tremendous celebration of Charlie's death. Follow-on threats to other political people, ranging from me to J.K. Rowling to Matt Walsh, to a wide variety of political actors who are seen as aligned with Charlie. And so the reaction, I think, is in and of itself telling. Social media fosters this sort of stuff. The algorithms promote this sort of stuff. They give fringe actors a feeling of solidarity and a feeling there's an audience watching them do these sorts of things. But what we know about the shooter at this point, while limited, I mean, the FBI has released pictures of who they believe, I think, to be the shooter. And they're now asking for, they're offering a $100,000 reward for information on the shooter. This is obviously well thought out. The shooter took one shot and fled via presumably a pre-existing route to get away. And, Bari, you do this for a living. I do this for a living. We speak in public places, speak on college campuses. And I'm the kind of person where, I've had experiences when I was at Berkeley. They had to have 500 police officers back in 2017. So, and people would say, it's brave of you to be there. And it never occurred to me that was brave because it's not. It shouldn't be. In America, you don't get shot. You don't get shot for saying things that people disagree with in America. And it never occurred to me that was a reality. I always thought that it was just overblown by my security team or by people who are sort of exaggerating online. It was not a shock at all, because one of the things I think we need to focus on when it comes to the politics of this is that there are certain conspiratorial ideas about the world that create permission structures for violence. And that is really, really important. Not all political ideologies are built toward that sort of permission structured one. There are ideologies out there, and the trans Antifa ideology is one of these ideologies that effectively suggests that if you deny my preferred view of the world, you're erasing me. You're engaging in what's called the trans genocide. You're destroying me as a human being, and you are thus a threat to me. So speech is a form of violence, and violence is to be met with violence. And you've seen this sort of ideology being promoted on.
That's a very strong point. All right, this is Commentary Magazine podcast.
Is shaken, yes, in a way that we haven't been for some time, and it's grimly symbolic that it happened on the eve of the 24th anniversary of the September 11th attacks.
Right.
So just to summarize,
it happened on a college campus.
Yeah,
and I think that is a particular interest in this. College campuses are supposed to be places of free and open debate. They're supposed to be places where someone like Charlie Kirk can come and attempt to persuade young people about the validity of his ideas. And what we've seen over the past generation is that instead of being places of free inquiry and free discourse, college campuses have become petri dishes of nihilism and radicalism. I'm not talking about this particular campus. I don't know it. I never heard of it until the news broke yesterday afternoon. But what we do know, especially in the years since October 7th, is that these universities have become the source of real fascism in this country and the sort of violence and evil ideologies that not only killed Charlie Kirk, but also killed the United Healthcare executive, that also lead to the attacks on Christian schools and churches, and that also contribute to the firebombing of the Democratic governor of Pennsylvania's home.
All right, pretty grim times. I find Fred Luskin very helpful.
The basic primal craving we have to connect with other people and live a life of meaning. That's what we get. And it's inside of all of us, and it can't be stopped, and it's part of our expression as human beings. It's one of the things we share with every other human being on this planet, no matter what race, color, creed, religion, ethnicity, whatever you define yourself as. There's something in there that says it may manifest itself differently, but I need to have mattered to some human beings. They need to have mattered to me. And I need to do something here that's of help to somebody, somewhere, somehow. And that's the field that we're all here talking about. People and purpose. The little tiny subsection of that universe that I half chose and half got thrust at me is forgiveness. It's making peace when life sucks. That's my professional definition. The making peace when life sucks study, but that's what it is. It's making peace when life sucks, and that part inside of you, that part of you that wants meaning and purpose and connection, also craves peace. It craves to be okay and centered and alive, but inside of you safe in a world that is incredibly dangerous and full of threat. And so our deepest pulls are always challenging and never easy. Always. Because those pulls to have connection and meaning and find enough equanimity in our experiences are at odds with how difficult this life is. Just how unbelievably difficult it is to take a birth in a body that over time will decay and end. So right there, you got a tough thing. I mean, even if nothing else ever happened to you, the fact that you and everybody else you have ever known will pass on is enormous difficulty. So let me try to explain what forgiveness is. So for this, I'm going to ask you to please close your eyes. Not because I don't want you to see me, but that's okay too. But close your eyes. And then is all I want you to do is picture someone you love for just a moment. A real, live, loving, quality picture of someone you love. And just feel that affection for just a moment. And allow yourself to almost allow your heart to open for just a moment to recognize that that loving expression is just a place in you, just for a second. And then let that go. Take a deep breath, please, and allow your eyes to open. So the dirty little secret about forgiveness is we're not looking for it. Because forgiveness exists in the part of you that you just touched for a moment. It's your open heart. It's your understanding that you love and are loved. And you forgive not to let anybody off the hook or not to say that horrible behavior is acceptable. You forgive because you don't want to give up access to your own heart. And every time we hold a grudge and every time our identity groups create grudges with other people, we are building blocks against the opening of our own heart. And then there's all the research of what that does neurologically and biologically, of how that obscures your mind from thinking, creates very rigid and limited patterns of problem solving. But if you live inside of a heart that doesn't open easily, then you forget that this world is a very challenging place, but it's also a place of great beauty. And the more you identify with the victim role of I have been harmed by something that's not my fault, the more you identify with that. It's not that that statement is wrong. The problem is how strongly we identify with that statement. The more you identify that statement, the less you have access to that part of you. And we live in a world with limited access to that part of themselves. And at some level, that's the mission that I see of conferences like that. Trouble with gratitude even, because that's the foundational practice upon which forgiveness rests. Gratitude is the anchor of positive psychology. It's an acknowledgement that this world that you were born into gives you a heck of a lot. That's what gratitude is. It's like recognizing the abundance in which you live, or I live. And that's much easier to find than peace after having been badly treated. But you will never find peace after being badly treated if you don't find some gratitude first. Because the way our nervous systems are situated and the way we have such unbelievably refined threat receptors, when we don't let stuff go, when we don't heal, then those threat receptors stay active and look for confirmation in the world outside of us how dangerous this world is. And
all right, that's Fred Luskin, author of a great book, Forgive for Good. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.